Well, thank fuck for that. And now I've frozen. Am I live? Am I not live? What on earth is going on? Are we there, Lana? Are we there? Nearly ended up with a hole in the screen the exact same size as my fucking fist. Hello, Michael. Fuck me. Half an hour of just twatting about, you know. I think I've got a lot more patience than I used to have. Loads more. I've been working on myself. 2 years ago, I would have very, on the surface, from an outsider looking in, I would have very calmly closed down the monitor on, so the laptop was closed, stood up very calm on the surface. I would have taken this laptop outside, placed it gently, very gingerly on the ground, come back into the kitchen, grabbed my hammer, and then smashed the fucking shit out of it. 1,000,000 pieces, bits flying everywhere, so fucking hard that bits of this shit would have ended up in 5, 6 gardens up. Seriously, total and complete obliteration. And I'd have felt fucking amazing, Thank you, Lana. And hello there, 4x4 fella. Good to see you, brother. Very nice to see you. Nice to see you all. There are places where you can pay, right? And you get a tool of choice. It could be a baseball bat, wooden or metal, because it's that posh, right? A crowbar, a hammer, a mallet, whatever you want, and you pay to go in this room. You adorn your safety glasses, and it's just full of stuff that doesn't work anymore. It's not even fit for sale. And you just go to town, you just smash the fucking shit out of everything with everything you've got. And I've seen people come out of these places, and it looks they've got that just had sex look, that cum look. Oh, fucking hell. Ooh. So cheers. Happy Friday. We made it. I'll try not to move around too much because it starts to get a bit glitchy. Got some nice candles here because I can see these candles as well, and they keep me nice and calm. They're bringing me back down off the ceiling, My arse hasn't touched the ground today. It's been busy. I've still got, my shower was a very quick one. So I've still got a little bit of mud under me, my nails. And that's the point. Lana, you can, you're a chick, you can multitask. Someone told me, someone was saying something about those tobacco plants. Oh, and for the record, I had to take that video down because eagle-eyed Lana there noticed that you could see, I'd gone over it with a permanent marker to cover my address. And, yeah, she's something else. So she had kind of, I don't know what she did. I think she might have done a screenshot or something. I don't know. And then just moved in a bit more, and you could still see my address underneath that marker pen. So that's why that. So if I've not answered any of your comments for that video, it's because that video doesn't exist anymore. I'll do something. I'll do another one tomorrow. That's not as rushed, and I'll go into a bit more detail. But yeah, I can't have my address, out there. It's just, yeah. Right. So, oh, right. Look, I might actually be able to show you in real time just how fucked up my phone is. Got a mind of its own. It'll go into an app. It'll go into my messages. It will scroll through my messages, and it will click on a message, and it will scroll through the messages. All by itself. Then it'll open my bank app. It does all sorts of mad shit. It's crazy. And I don't trust any of these antiviruses. I don't trust any of them. You know, McAfee, you know, who was murdered. He was murdered. You know, we don't even need to call him Epstein. We know he was done in because he knew too much. He knew far too much. So one thing I need to find out, Lana, can you look into this for me? Because I'd be so pissed off because I'm sure that I read the. I don't want to start messing around with my phone. You've got my full attention. You know, that's my rule. You know, I'm all yours. Can you have a look to see if those tobacco plants that I bought are ornamental? Because if they're ornamental, I want to fuck them all off. They're going in the composter. I want something that people can smoke. Otherwise, it's completely and totally pointless. Hello, David Williams, son of Laron. How you doing? Up there in Scotland. Someone said that my Scottish accent is a really good Irish accent. Yeah, so it's that, Anna, Lana. Oh, they're going to start drinking. Nicotiana Saratoga White tobacco plant. Let me have a look. Because it's doing my head in. So is that drinking. Enhance your garden with the beauty of these exquisite 12 plug plants specifically cultivated to be potted into 7 centimetre pots with heights reaching up to an impressive 90 centimetres, 35 inches. You know, size is everything. This half-hardy annual offers a truly remarkable addition to your outdoor space. The Nicotina Saratoga White boasts an array of desirable qualities. Its versatility makes it an ideal choice for a variety of garden settings, from patios to cottage gardens, adding a touch of charm wherever it is placed. Oh. Create a scented haven or attract wildlife to your garden, because my hedgehogs love a fag. With this captivating plant, perfect for wildlife gardens with its low maintenance requirements, the Nicotiana Saratoga White allows you to enjoy its beauty without constant attention. Make it an excellent choice for those seeking an effortless gardening experience. Get to the fucking point. I don't want to be hearing all this shit. I don't give a shit about aesthetics. Its adaptability is different lighting conditions adds to its appeal, allowing you to find perfect spot in your garden or patio. It provides an exotic touch, adding an air of, oh my God, indulge in the allure, blah, 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 blah. With its elegant potential, this plant, both you and your visitors, order your, yeah, it says nothing about smoking it. Now I'm pissed off. You know, the amount of effort that was put in to getting all those planted up. Oh, I could fucking crush a grape. Do you remember him? I could wrestle an Action Man. Oh, so pissed off. Yeah. Yeah, I'd appreciate that, David, if you could do that, mate. Yeah. If you can do that, I'd really, really appreciate it. Just email it to me. And if anyone wants some plants that look nice but are just fucking useless, let me know. You know, I'll turn up at your door with 12 of the bastards in a van. I need a drink, even though I've just put one down me. You know, that's really pissed me off. You know, I had these images in my head of like, oh, you've got no tobacco, you can't buy any at the shop. You've come to the right place. I can look after you, you know, and I can't. Not unless you want some pretty flowers. Oh dear. Just realised I have a slight delay, but sorted now. It's all right, Lani. You can get some tablets for that. Oh dear. Yeah, Michael, is next weekend, mate. How fast did that come around? Right. So there's going to be a lot of people there, you know, and a lot of people that are going to hate us, right? So the idea is to try and kind of just blend in. So it's like if they see you, you know, with the fucking machetes, and they're thinking, is he part of this or is he not? You know, just so you can blend into the crowd, but also be part of the march at the same time, leaving them wondering, you know, is he part of this or is he not? So I've bought this, and I'm going to have a big fucking St. George's Red Cross right across my boat race on a white background. So yeah, I'll be part of the march. Come with me. Oh dear. Oh, you couldn't make this shit up. You couldn't make it up. So yeah, I'm right looking forward to that. I can't wait. We need to arrange I mean, I don't know where to park. I don't know any of that. So if anyone's got a spare seat in their car, I'll have a ride along. But then I've got the girls, you know. But then I'm thinking about leaving the girls at home in case it gets a bit rowdy, you know. If they break that line, then it's going to be full on scrapping, you know. And I don't want the girls getting involved in that because they're on the ground, you know. You've got legs everywhere, and you know. So if it gets a bit brawly, I don't want them involved in that. So had a shite summer here last year, but still grew great, and that is in the Highlands. So should go great doing there down south. Brilliant. Yeah. Mate, look, you know, I think I just got caught up in the moment, and that was the first thing that came up. And because there were plugs, because they were already started off, and because it says, a bomb can land on them and they'll still grow, you know, that was really appealing to me. And I just thought a tobacco plant was a tobacco plant, you know. We learn something every day, don't we? You know, we learn better when we learn the hard way. And you know, it's annoyed me because it's a tenner wasted. You know, I know it's only a tenner, but I could have put that towards some proper tobacco plants. And I think a lot of us are penny pinching now. You know, we're trying to watch what we're doing. We're trying to watch what we're spending. And I don't want to waste it on, because, you know, it wasn't just a case of just getting a plant pot and then just sticking it and this little plug in there. You know, I had to mix a perfect 50-50 manure and compost mix, perfect, times 12, you know. So, and they were all in big pots, so it was a lot of mixing, all in big pots. But it was going to be there forever home, and I was going to have them dotted around all over the place. And yeah, never mind. It is what it is. Just frustrating. Hello, Sal Misra. How you diddling? You all right? I don't feel comfortable saying diddling anymore. In the old days, it was just it's like, how you diddling? I'm diddling all right. You know, it's like a Midland type thing to say. But now, the angry bootneck, diddling is fiddling, as in with kids. So it's not appropriate now for me to say how you diddling, because it's just not right. You know, all of a sudden, it's suddenly become like proper non-PC. So I've got to come up with something else. You know, I quite like the Angry Bootneck because I like his sense of humour. He's very fast. He's got very quick humour, you know. But I do think he's very naive, considering he's an ex-squaddy, and I think he was probably a good soldier, you know, someone who properly held it together under immense pressure, you know, under live fire. But his take on politics, especially Farage, I think, and not just Farage, just I think politics in general. I think he's very naive, which is a shame, really, because he comes across as quite an intelligent, articulate man. But again, you know, maybe he's kind of researching and looking into stuff that we aren't, and we're looking into stuff that he's not. We're looking into stuff that's relevant and important, and he's looking into stuff that probably seems relevant and important, but is actually a load of shit, you know. And I think anyone who uses the term "he's playing 4D chess" to me is a fucking moron. So if that's anyone that's listening to this or the replay, I'm sorry, but it is what it is. If you can't figure out what someone's motive is based on what you know that they've gotten up to, based on the fact that you know that they know certain people and they're connected to certain bastards, right? You've got to give your fucking head a wobble. You have. Time is not on our side. So stop the whole fucking "I need a hero." Stop with all that. You are the hero. You. And I think when people start to realise that, when they start to realise they don't need anyone to lead them, they don't. Nobody. You know, it does help if you've got some sort of. I don't like the word a hierarchy. I don't like that, because I see everyone should have an opportunity to be equal, and no one should be above me, and I should be above no one else, you know. So I don't like that. And the original, you know, premise for Parliament was we tell our local council what we want, then our local council, our representatives of our local council, then go to Parliament and say this is what the people want. And then they go, right, okay, we'll see what we can do, how we can fit it in, change a law, adjust something, you know, and make it happen. That's what it's meant to be. And it's completely flipped on its head now. Completely. So fuck them. They've got what's coming to them. Every single one of them, you know. Drag them through the streets. We'll go proper medieval on these bastards. I can't wait. Nicotia is a genus of her. Are you trying to fuck with my head here, Lana? Is that English? Is that English? Or is it Scottish? And it's indigenous to the Americas, Australia, southwestern, I knew you'd come through, southwestern Africa and the South Pacific, various Nicotiana species. Commonly referred to as tobacco plants, are cultivated as ornamental garden plants. So can I smoke it or what? I've read all that and I've not got an answer. I don't feel like I have, unless I've missed it. I do apologise, Lana, because I know that would have taken you quite a while. Actually, it probably didn't take you long. You know, I'm a two-finger typist. Whereas like people like you're like send. You know, I've never been able to do that. You know, I've got plenty of skills. That's not one of them. Meant to have a deeper look at them. Yeah. Well, it's purely ornamental. Looks beautiful, beautiful flower. Yeah, it looks like it's a lovely flower. You know, it's like, you know, there you go, bees. Here's a gift. Instead of growing something that's useful for myself. But yeah, I wish I'd just paid a bit more attention. You know, I think I was reading shit that wasn't even there. It was just I was just making stuff up in my head as I went along, which isn't not ideal. You know, not ideal. 4x4 fella, it's close to getting to the point where people having nothing to lose, then it will get nasty here. Yeah, it will. Everyone's got a breaking point. Everyone's got a point. You know, even I say everyone, not everyone. Some people are just so unbelievably brittle and placid that you can just push them and push them and push them, and you can push them to the point where someone like me would just snap, and that's it. I go into fucking rage mode, and you know, it's not good. It's not good. But then there are people that will get to that same point, and they'll just fold, collapse, you know, get crushed, sink, wilt, you know. But the vast majority of people aren't like that. The vast majority of people have got a breaking point, and how they respond to that actual snap is going to be different. But we're seeing the cracks. We're seeing the cracks emerging already. They are there. They are there. Some people will, you know, take their own lives. Some people will just go out there and just, you know, completely lose their shit and start attacking people. Yeah, it's going to be a mad mixture. It's going to be chaos. What can I say? And I think you all know that. You all know that, and that's why we're doing what we do, because we have to sort of kind of keep ourselves away from all of that madness until it's kind of dipped down a little bit, and then try and get involved in whatever way we can, you know, in a positive way, you know. So it is ornamental and smokable. Thank you, Lana. Yeah. Well, I'm going to find out, you know, if I'm doing it, if when I've got them, you know, I've got a load of leaves, and I've done a little bit of research on how to cure them properly, and, you know, probably a lot of people kind of get fishing wire and fishing line and just pierce little holes through, and then through another one, and then they just have these leaves all hanging from a line, all curing. There's loads of different ways of doing it, stacking them, and then like a deck of cards, and then splitting them, turning them upside down, and then so the middle is kind of exposed and then separated, and doing it like that. There's loads of different ways of curing them. But we'll know whether or not it's smokable or not, because I'll be doing a live stream smoking this shit, and every now and then I'll go little bit of blood down my side. Tara, sorry, I'm just going to get some tissue. Come back, bit more blood. Big chunk of lung, big chunk of lung on the screen. Oh my God, fucking hell. Oh, well, we'll see. But David, if you can still send me a link in an email, and what I'll do is I'll chuck half of them and replace them with something that's a little bit more less ornamental and something that's more smokable. Because once you've got these plants going, once you've started growing some proper tobacco plants, which grow big, you know, these leaves are massive. Once you've got these things going and you've found a place in your garden that they like, that's it. You've got tobacco. You've got tobacco forever, you know. And that's going to be the amount of smokers that I've met over my life, me included, you know, where I've had a really, really fucked up layered day. Remember layered? You get out of bed, you stub your toe, one thing else, and you slip down the bottom of the bottom two steps coming down for a brew, you know, then you steam your arm over the kettle, loads of things. And by the end of the day, something little happens and you pop, you know, and people think, fucking hell, he's overreacted a bit there, you know. That was a bit of an overreaction. They don't see what all of those other things that are built up during the day, right? So I've had moments, you know, where I've thought, I need a fag. Loads of people have said that. Loads of smokers. Every single smoker, even those of you who are ex-smokers, will have said that at some point. I need a fag. You know. So in an SHTF situation, right, when we're quite a way into it as well, there'll be loads of people wanting a fag and they can't get fags anywhere because all the fucking shops will have been looted. And that's where you step in, you know. But you've got to do it really, really discreetly, really carefully, just so that nobody knows that it's you that's got it. I think I know a man who can sort you out. I think I know someone who can get that. I'm sure I know someone who can get hold of one of them. That's what you need to do, and make sure you never get followed home, you know. And then whenever you go to make a little exchange, just go tooled up. Go tooled up, you know. Fuck about and find out. But any smart person wouldn't fuck around with someone that can get hold of stuff, because you're a resource. You know, you're gold dust. Right down to things like tampons, you know, and nappies and coffee, you know, shit that people really enjoy and can benefit from, you know. I mean, sitting down and having a nice cup of coffee when you've not had one for about 3 or 4 weeks because you've run out, you can't get hold of any more, you know, it's a game changer. Thank you, Lana. Yeah, much appreciated. Hope I'm not too late. Putting the first aid kit together and candles, etc., together this weekend. Got dog food stocked up. Good on you, Sal Mishra. You're cracking on. That's what I like to hear. You know, there's nobody on this planet more proactive than a prepper. Nobody, you know, because even when you're not doing stuff with your hands, right? Keep it clean. You're doing stuff in your head. You know, you're constantly on the go. And this is why so many of us struggle to drop off to sleep at night, because we're just on overload all the time. Oh dear. Yeah, I forgot all about that. Yeah, Michael, off the bat, yeah. I don't feel so bad now, Michael, because Michael saw that post in the post section of the exact one that I bought. He's obviously put some trust in me. I do apologise, mate. You know, my bad. And he's sent off for some as well. So he's got some coming in the post. So I'm not the only one that made that little minor calamity. So yeah, if you can. Yeah, let me know, and I can send it on to Michael, and we'll sort it. Yeah, bartering items are absolutely essential, because I'll move back onto that. Duty nipple, oh dear. A mix of Golden Virginia and a bit of Burley give you the kind of tobacco. Buy feeder shops, Golden Virginia and other brands. Yeah, much appreciated, mate. Much appreciated. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I can't think of a better bartering item than tobacco, and not even just for not just for bartering. If you've got shitloads of the stuff, because it'll store, you know. If you get it to the right moisture levels, because you don't want it completely dry, get it to the right moisture levels, and then shred it, and then just stick it in or shred it and then dry it out a little bit, and then just fat pack it down, and it will stay in that same condition, in theory. Yeah, in theory. And again, there are going to be people all around us that are really losing their shit, because people, you know, human beings are comfortable with familiarity. You know, they're comfortable with what's familiar. You know, familiar, right? We know them. We know what's what. You know, so if the whole world, if everything that you knew suddenly turned on its head, we'd be ready for that, because that's what we're preparing for, you know. But the vast majority of people out there aren't preparing for that. They're not preparing for anything. You know, they think, oh, that COVID was a bit of a fucking nightmare, you know. But now they think that's you know, that's all over and done with now. It's all over and done with. It's still 90, Frank. Yeah. You know? No, it's not. That was just the opening scene to the rest of the play that's going to last for years. Yeah, I suppose. But we're all, I think we're all fixers, Michael. I think most of us have got. Hello, Chelsea Star. You're right, sweetheart. I think we've all got. At least most of us have got good communication skills, you know, and probably quite a nice like sort of aura about us. And I don't mean that again. I don't mean that in a big-headed way. I mean that in a nice, like a complimentary way. People feel comfortable around us because we're good listeners. We're quite. Our minds are very broad. Our knowledge is second to none. We seem to have developed. I can't speak for everyone, but there are, you know, some of you that I know, you know, that our brains have suddenly kind of evolved to the point where anything that's not really relevant or important, it's just forgotten about. It goes in. It doesn't disappear, because none of it disappears. It's still in there, but it just goes straight into the trash. You know, and we just remember stuff that's really relevant and important, and whether that's people or our own personal lives, our own personal safety, our own personal security, our furry family members. You know, the list goes on and on and on. You know, all of the really, really important stuff, family. You know, close friends, stuff like that. Everything else just goes out the window because it's irrelevant. There's no point in mulling that over. You know, let's think of something else to mull over that is important. So, because of our approachability, we can help a lot of people, a hell of a lot of people. But it's got to be on our terms, and we've got to be discreet. Discretion. I can't push that enough. I really can't. And yeah, that little short that I did with just the jab cross, I watched that video back, and because it was condensed into a short, you couldn't see fuck all. So I'm gonna experiment a little bit with that, because that was just that was my first take, my first go, and I thought it was good enough, and it wasn't. It was nowhere near good enough. It was shit. And these are just little things that I do think that, you know, even if 1 out of 100 people starts practicing this stuff, then it'll be worth it. It'll be worth it. You know, it'll be worth the time and effort just for one person to start practicing that stuff, because it'll make all the difference, especially moving forward as we start to see all these fractures starting to appear in society, and they are appearing. You know, people are losing their shit. They started losing their shit from day one, you know, you know, spring of, no, I'd say summer of 2020, people started losing their shit then, you know. There's a lot of people were isolated and, you know, most of us weren't, you know, we just carried on as normal. Fuck them, you know, fuck them. It's not bothering me. I'm not going to catch, I'm not going to catch something that's not there, you know. If you want to be scared, looking through your curtains like that, oh, Frank, whoa, she's got more than 2 people going in her house. You know, people like that. And if they come in all mob-handed, you know, trying to force this shit on us, or you pay a fine if you don't, come and find me. Come and find me, right? And then when I've not paid the fine, come and try and collect it from me, you know? If I go out, I'm going to go out in a fucking blaze of glory, you know? I am. I'm not afraid of dying. We've all got to die one day, you know? If I die, I'll make sure it matters, you know? This is one of the, when they go around arresting people for memes and comments and stuff like that, they go for soft targets, and that's not meant to be offensive towards, because I feel nothing but compassion and empathy for these innocent people that don't belong in jail. You know, they're not jailed people, you know, especially that lovely mom and that guy who allegedly killed himself. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if he did. You know, if he did. You know, because we all thought he got shanked up by the Islamists in there. You know, because of why he was in there, made him a target. Blah blah blah. But from what I've seen and what I've heard, they were soft targets. They come here. They'll end up being a massive build-up of police cars, police vans, dog units, maybe even armed response at some point. You know, it'll be all, and everyone will be filming it from their houses. You know, they don't want that. They want discretion. They want to be able to go into someone's house, arrest them, take them away, put them in prison. That's what they want to do. That's not going to happen here. You know, I am not a soft target, and you shouldn't be either. As long as my girls are safe, it's fucking game on. It's game on. Come for me. Come for me. I think it's because we think deeper than the masses. It sets us apart. It does, massively so. And the further down this kind of road of deep thought that I was saying this to Lana earlier on. The deeper we think, and the more we research, the more deeper we think, and the more we need to research. We've got a hunger for knowledge. We've got a hunger for the truth. So, and it's insatiable. It's insatiable. That hunger will never subside. It'll either kind of stay consistently, you know, or you just get more and more hungry for the truth. And the more I find out and the more I learn, when I know it's the truth, the more I want to know. And yeah, just like anyone else, I'm human sometimes, you know. I do have moments where I think, oh, fucking hell, that's not good. That's not good at all. I need a fag, you know. And then I'll have a fag, and then I'm all right, you know. And then some days I feel low all day, but it's never fear. You know, when I tell you I don't feel fear, I genuinely mean that from the bottom of my heart. There's no fear, none. Because it will just get in the way. I see fear as utterly irrational, because when you really think about fear, The situation is still the same, but you have just made it 10 times worse. And that's probably going to make the outcome more difficult, if that makes sense. So if fear tries to creep into you, fuck it off. Fuck it off. It's totally doable. And the more you fuck it off, the more you don't need to anymore, because it's not there anymore. It stays away from you. It leaves you alone. It does. It does. Please believe me. And they will blame it on a cyber attack. Don't know if you ever watched Ice Age Farmer. I did do, yeah. I used to be subscribed. I used to be subscribed to him. You see, this could be another example of people getting randomly unsubscribed from channels. It's easy enough done. If you're in control of the platform, you know, you can do stuff like that. Let me just have a quick look, because I want to make sure that, because I'm sure that I really like that channel, because I'm getting more and more picky, you know, because I've not. We're all still learning, you know. We are all still learning, and I mean, look at my tobacco mistake, which was a half mistake now, based on the research that Lana just did for me. You know, that it can be smoked, but I want something that's going to be, you know, it's been made that way specifically for smoking. Not to look good, not to look pretty, you know, it's there for that specific purpose. So we're all learning. So every now and then when I come across a channel where I'm thinking, well, that's not right. I know for a fact that's not right. And neither's that. As soon as I come up with 2 or 3 things that I'm hearing from one person in a channel, I lose interest, because I'm not getting what I need. You know, I want facts, and I want to be able to believe that what you're saying is coming from a place of proper knowledge, researched knowledge. Ice Age Farmer. Well, it's still going. Ice Age Farmer Resources. That's not right. Didn't it used to just be called Ice Age Farmer, not Ice Age Farmer Resources? Because Ice Age Farmer Resources has only got 45 videos and 13.5k subscribers. So I'm wondering if the channel's not around anymore. If anyone can look into that, because I've only just taken a glance. I don't like messing with my phone when I'm doing a live stream. So if anyone can look into that, I'd be interested. Oh, Lana's got, of course, she's got a link. Hold on. Right, so I can't see you at the moment, and I can't see your comments whilst the screen's loading up. I mean, some people, they can like click on something and then move something across into the screen so you can still see them. Right, so where it says subscribe on YouTube, in brackets it says no longer recommended. So I'll have a look on. See, I'm not on Odyssey, I'm not on BitChute, and I'm not on well, I am on Telegram, but Telegram you don't really get that much information. Yeah, that's a shame. Wonder if he's on X. I'll have a butcher's at some point. Come on, don't start twatting me about. Thank you very much. Yeah, if he's on X, I'll have a look, because I remember liking the channel. But at least now I know why I've not had any notifications for God knows how long, but it was a good channel. And the fact that he's not on YouTube anymore is an example of how good that channel was. Any channel that manages to get to a certain level of subscribers and they maintain their self-respect and their integrity, and they put their heads above the parapet, they don't last very long. They come for them. They either start banning their videos, or or putting them on the naughty step for a week, or demonetizing them, or just getting rid of the channel altogether. This happened to loads. I was an avid watcher of The Last American Vagabond, and he didn't last very long once he got going. He's amazing. I've forgotten what his proper name is. Hello, Kathy. I nearly missed you there, sweetheart. And Sky Girl's in as well. I'm sorry, I just look away for a second, and I miss people. I do apologise. I do try and be, I do try and pay attention. Good to see you, ladies. Don't allow fear into your heart, Chelsea Star. Was it Rosa? Am I right? Give me a thumbs up if I'm right. Shit with names. Shit with remembering names. Terrible. It's a shame that they've removed his videos, because again, that was one channel that I would always pay attention to, because it was always good. There are a few channels that I'm an avid watcher of, because they are very, as far as I'm concerned, they are integral. Adapt 2030 is a good one, although he reminds me a little. I don't know why. It comes across just a little tiny little bit creepy. He reminds me a little bit of Lurch out of was it the Addams Family or something like that? The one that answers the door and goes, just doesn't say anything. Big, like Frankenstein man. He'll never get to see this live stream, so it don't matter. He won't get offended. But it's a great channel. Adapt 2030. Peak Prosperity as well. If you want to try and keep an eye on anything from prepping right the way to the state of the world militarily, economically, politically, everything. It covers. It's very, very broad, and puts everything across in very, very understandable, bite-sized bits that you can follow. None of it kind of goes over your head. Having said that, if I'd have watched his, Peak Prosperity 10 years ago, I would have been thinking, what the fuck's he going on about? But we're on a different level now. We've moved on to a different plane, So the stuff that we weren't really interested in, or we didn't really quite get, or wasn't really relevant to us or in our lives, which was probably relevant, but we just didn't believe or think it was back then. We understand now. We get it, Lurch in the Addams Family, and he said, "You're wrong. He had a really deep voice, like his lungs must be like fucking oil barrels, But yeah, he's got that air about him, that Lurch. If you wanted, if they were casting for Lurch and he turned up, they'd go, right, everyone else go home. We've got him, But his channel is excellent. The Monsters, that was it. Yeah, the Monsters. Yeah. Yeah, the monsters. Where are we? You never fail to impress. Yeah, she's very good. She's very good, Michael. She's like, yeah, top drawer, you know. You should see her art. They look like photographs, you know. Incredible, incredible. I think I was going to say, I think if you look at her, if you, yeah, she's not got it as, and she's not got any of it. She's very humble, you know. You kind of like, you're an amazing artist, Lana. You're like, oh, okay, you know, thank you. You know, she's very humble. Pope died at 88. Yeah, there's lots of numbers. Again, because I don't really know much about the sort of numerology of all of this madness. Just goes on forever. Good night, 4x4 fella. Thank you for joining us, mate. Always appreciated. 5 a.m. is a very, very early start. Yeah, sleep well, my friend, and I hope you have a great weekend. Oh, thank fuck for that. Yes, Chelsea Star. I have been sharing a lot of Sheep Farm Studios stuff in the post section, but the downside about the post section is that I never really know how many people can see it. Every now and then I'll message one of you guys and say, can you see if I'll do a screenshot and send it, and I'll say, can you see both of these posts in the post section, just to check, because some of them have not got a like, and you know me, I'm not after likes. I couldn't give a fuck, but I want to make sure people, I wouldn't put them in there if I didn't think they were important, you know. Decode your reality. Let me write that one down. Let me just get a pen. Oh, there's a few out there. I've had to have a bit of a clear out recently, because subscribed to so many channels, and a lot of them are just, they've kind of, a lot of them have like they've served their purpose. Do you know what I mean? And they're no longer relevant to me. What's it called again? Decode your reality. Is that YouTube, Chelsea Star or Rosa? I'm assuming it's YouTube, and I'll have a look. But one of the great things about Sheep Farm Studios is that they're quite light-hearted. They're obviously, they're way more technical than me. They put montages of like lots of different clips from different bits of like news clips from years ago to the current day, and they find archived footage of things that have been said, and stuff like that, and they put it all together. I don't do any of that. It's very, very organic, very, very grassroots, this. But they've got a similar vibe. You know, we can talk about really, really dark stuff, and generally speaking, we keep it, if light-hearted's the right word, you know, we try and keep it on, we keep balance, we maintain balance, and they're very, very good at that. It's some of the stuff that they put out is very, very, the research that some of these lads do is second to none. You know, they trace bloodlines back, and it's mad. They're so good. But when you're listening to them talking, when they're doing a podcast or whatever, and you hear them talking, they're just so laid back, and they have a bit of banter and a bit of a chuckle now and then, and they just keep it nice and level, and that makes information a lot easier to absorb, you know. So yeah, I can't say enough about them. Very, very good, very good. Lordy, it is an early start. 5 a.m. That's the middle of the night. It's usually when I'm going to bed. No, I'm getting better. Yeah, right. So yeah, numerology. So my problem, Rosa, is that yeah. Thanks for reminding me. I'm not very good with names, but I do try. You know, especially when it comes to our little tribe, because it's very personal. This channel is very personal and very, very intimate. You know, it's different. It's exactly what I was. It's turned out to be way better than I could have ever have hoped. You know, but yeah, with numerology, and I'll look into this this channel that you've recommended, and hopefully it might make a bit more sense to me. But I've always thought that numerology, it's a little bit like, don't take any offense to anyone that's a Christian. It's a bit like the Bible. It's very, very open to interpretation. You know, it's like there could be a lot of coincidences in there. So it's probably not. You know, there probably isn't. It's probably, you know, like a secret language that they continue to use for whatever reason, because the masses are dead inside. They're more focused on oh my God, that was a right cliffhanger, that one, wasn't it, Frank? What was? EastEnders, the way it finished. I don't watch that shit. Oh, shut up. You know, people like that got no idea. They could sit and watch one of our live streams and they wouldn't have a fucking clue what was going on. You're welcome, Lana. I mean what I say. Love Logan on the channel. Very good at what he does. Your YouTube. Yeah, I'll have a look. I'll have a look and see what's what. What's Gematrix? What's that, Lana? I wish I could click on that and then sort of put it on the screen somehow, and so you could see what it is without me kind of you know, losing you. I don't know how to do it. I don't think I can do it. Not on this, because this is through YouTube Studio, you know. So I think I'm quite limited, especially with this old laptop. I think if I start doing stuff like that, it'll just crash. It'll be like, stop, and then blow up. He breaks everything down and shows how world events are connected. You know, this stuff goes back at least 2,500 years, you know, and these big families, a lot of what they do is it's a long game, you know. Some of what they put in place and what they plan for meticulously, a lot of them won't even see that play out because they'll be dead by then, you know. So what they're doing is sick, evil, and twisted in that concept. Our version of what they're doing, for us, what we would do is plant an oak tree with an acorn, knowing that we'd never be able to appreciate the shade that tree would give us from the sun. We'd know that we'd be planting it for future generations. So we've got a really, really beautiful, caring, empathetic, compassionate sort of long-term view, you know, for the betterment of mankind. And they've got the opposite, the yin yang, you know. They have to show and tell us what they intended. Yeah, it does seem to be like some sort of gameplay, you know, where, yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why they have to, because it would make life a lot easier for them if they didn't, because they'd get shit done. We wouldn't see things coming, you know. But it's almost like I think when you've managed to accrue so much unbelievable amounts of wealth, and you've done everything, you've bought every car, you know, you've got houses in every country, you know, you've got islands that you own, you know, you've done everything. Human hunting, you know, in massive forests where they hunt humans. We know it's done. We know it's been done. We know it's going on. Harvesting organs, harvesting adrenochrome, all sorts of horrific shit, you know, because they've got enough money. They've done everything, and they want that, you know, humans want to try something new, and then try something new. And if you're a psychopath and a narcissist, then there's no limit to the amount of evil you're capable of doing. And so it's almost like a game that they want to play with us. I think that's the only reason I can think of as to why they keep showing their hand and keep telling us, you know, this is what we're doing, right? What are you going to do? You know, over to you. I can't think of any other reason, unless there's some sort of, you know, higher power, or like a non-human higher power that's saying these are the rules, you have to abide by them. You know, who knows? I'm just putting thoughts out there. You know, we're all, again, we're on a constant quest for the truth. Where are we? What they intend to do, universal law, karma is real. They sleep at night committing these atrocities because they tell us we do nothing about it. But karma shouldn't have anything to do with us. Karma should be just like a natural force, you know. Yeah, we can create armies, fight back, militias, and win. But that wouldn't be proper karma. Karma comes naturally, you know. I think karma is something that can't be described scientifically, like intuition, you know. It can't be, you know, this is intuition. This is a scientific definition of what intuition is and where it comes from and how it comes about. Can't be done, you know. And I think karma is the same, but that's just my opinion. You know, we learn, don't we? Learn from each other. Just telling us their plans in the open, particularly at large event opening ceremonies. Well, I mean, look at Klaus Schwab, right? He openly admitted, but then I'm thinking to myself, is he that much of a psychopath and a narcissist? Is he that sort of Bond villainy kind of egoed up, juiced up on pure ego, that he doesn't give a fuck? Because I mean, he openly admitted, we have infiltrated the cabinets of most countries, you know, or it might have been one country. I think it might have been Canada that he said that about. But he's infiltrated every single, you know, every single government, and he openly admitted that. And that clip is still circulating. It's not been taken down. You know, it's mad. Where are we? It is another converter. Ah, right, gotcha. Right, okay. Used in Kabbalah and Jewish mysticism. You're gonna have to send me that, Lana, because I'm not going to be able to find that. Yeah, if you can email that to me, I'd appreciate that, and I'll do a little bit of digging, see what I can find. Exactly, brother. Like Danny Boyle's Olympic opening ceremony in London, all those folk in hospital beds. Yeah, it's all there. It's all there, you know. And then you've got the god of war, you know, with multiple arms. I think is that a Hindu god that's outside? Is it outside CERN, if I remember right? God of chaos. Oh, I could reel loads off. You know, it's all there. It's all like it proper blatantly in your face. Excuse me. So I had to. So my arse hasn't touched the floor. My feet haven't touched the floor today. So I've not eaten. So I had to then take the girls out, get back, go straight down to the chip shop, try and get that down as quick as I could to try and start on time. And I did rush my dinner. And you mix vodka, orange, and tonic water with that. Oh, I've got a right heartburn. It is a spiritual war, Chelsea Star. Absolutely, it is. Or Rosa. I'm going to start calling you Rosa. We wrestle not against flesh and blood. It goes something like that. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Yeah, it's all very, very twisted, very twisted. And it is a spiritual war but it's a combination of a spiritual and a physical one, because it is kinetic to some degree. Because we've got God knows how many wars going on at the moment, and then there's the psychological element of that, and then you've got the soft war as well against us, where they're spraying the skies with, you know, we know what, and then they're poisoning our food, and yeah, so they're coming at us from many angles, but it's how we deal with it, it's how we respond to it that matters. So that's the spiritual element of it. So it is a spiritual war, even though it's kinetic and otherwise. Yeah. Oh. Hey, Lana, look what he's just put. Danny Boyle's 28 days later. I don't know if you know this, David, but there was a 28 weeks later. I've got 28 days later. I've got 28 weeks later, both on I think just on DVD then. But there's a 28 years later that's coming out in June. You should look at the trailer for that. It looks amazing, really good. I love zombie films, love horrors. Last Pope Francis or Frank? New Pope's middle name, can you guess what? Frank was the rabbit in Donnie Darko. But again, if you're looking for that, you know, if you because that could be a coincidence. It could. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying it could be. There's a lot of films out there, a lot. But yeah, you know, I mean, they've replaced dodgy Pope with another dodgy Pope. They're not going to put a proper. I don't think the Vatican's ever had a proper decent leader, you know, and I think they've all been dodgy. I've got my opinions on the origins of Christianity, and yeah, it's just yeah, let's not go there, eh? For anyone who has not seen that opening ceremony, it can be viewed here. You're good, Lana. Yeah. If you get a chance to just click on that, I don't know if you guys can click on these links in the chat and then just kind of maybe save it to your home screen or something like that to watch later, or if you can do something like that, that'd be good. It's all good stuff. And I know what Lana, pretty much what Lana, because she sends me a lot of stuff on X, and both very, very similar in what we're looking for and what we know, and but she's just 5,000 times better at me at art than I am, and prettier. Where's our Lily? Hello, Lily. You all right, sweetheart? I hope you're okay on Clown Planet with the rest of us. It's nice to be. It emphasizes just how sane we are when we look around. Yet we'll still be viewed as a bit odd, a little bit weird, a little bit tinfoil hat weary, Yeah, they're not. He's not right. He's not right, or she's not right, This is the sort of stuff that people say behind our backs when it's actually the reverse. Everything is inverted. Everything. It's mad. You don't get more sane than us, Especially bearing in mind that we went against the grain right from the start. And to do that, you've got to some degree or another, stand alone. So to be able to stand alone, going against the herd, going against these stupid rules and regulations and pathetic little laws and acts and statutes, to go against all of that and still maintain your sanity and still have your heels properly fucking dug right into the floor, right? You are a warrior. You are a warrior. Yeah, it is. It is a combination of physical and spiritual. They're completely intertwined, David. Yeah, something big is on its way, and there are so many different things that I'm hearing and things that I'm starting to research and things that I'm being sent. There are lots of potential. It's which one's first. I don't think it's a case of which one will it be. I think it's going to be which one is going to be first. I think it's going to be a succession of things to try and grind us down. But whilst continuing to divide. Yeah, Rosa, the Georgia Guidestones. I heard about them when they were first. They appeared overnight, and then all of a sudden they got trashed. So I don't know if that was if it was trashed on purpose, or whether it was obviously trashed on purpose, but whether it was just done by some mindless vandal who didn't know what he was doing, or whether it was done deliberately or not, as in by people that knew what it meant, is anyone's question. They were destroyed during COVID. Yeah, I like the fact you use. I don't like the word COVID. I like it when people use the word convid, because that's exactly what it was, Rosa. Go signal to each other, I think. That's an interesting take, Lana. I never thought about it like that. Yeah, who knows? Because there was going to be a point where it was like, okay, is everyone ready for this? Because we're about to change the world forever. There would have been a moment like that, and then it would have just been game on, and here we are. Yeah, bookmark them to watch them later. Yeah. bookmark. Yeah, she's Laura's a bit more tech savvy than I am, because that's her previous vocation was cybersecurity. Hope you don't mind me saying that, Lana. You know, don't send anyone out to assassinate me or anything for giving up your game, but it's a very useful skill to have at the moment. The popes weren't meant to come from the line of St. Peter. I'm not sure where they were meant to come from or where they're going. I really couldn't give a flying fuck. I know that the Vatican City is just a hub of pure evil, with a lot of information that could enhance the human race and get us into a position where we could find complete and total balance with each other and the planet. But we'll never be able to get access to that. You know, I'm sure that a lot was taken from the Library of Alexandria before it was burned to the ground, and that'll be under the Vatican somewhere. You know, the Vatican, I think Italy is the only country in the world that's got two countries, official countries within it, and that's the Vatican City and San Marino, which I've been to. Beautiful, beautiful. Per capita, per person, per capita, if I remember right, at the time, it had the highest GDP than anywhere else in the world. Very, very, very wealthy people living there. Just absolutely stunning place. Where are we? Thank God I'm no normie. Yeah, same here, Rosa. You know, I've had this conversation with so many people because, as I said right at the start, it can take its toll on some people, and it can take its toll on the strongest of us. You know, albeit temporary, it can take its toll on us. But if I was offered, if someone if someone came up to me and said, you know, if Morpheus just suddenly appeared there, there'd be a very loud fart, because it's something I wouldn't expect. But if you turned around and said, Terry, would you like to take the blue pill or the blue pill? And I'll go, no, you're all right, Morpheus, but cheers, mate, and thanks from all of us for playing an amazing part in an amazing film that's become more and more relevant as each day passes. Where are we? If only we could put our finger on the next shake-up. Well, Rosa, that's an impossible thing, you know, the unpredictability of it all. But just the fact that we know something big's coming, a black swan event, because we know it's coming, we're ready for it. So whether that happens home or abroad is irrelevant, because we're ready for it. And you just keep on prepping. Prep your arse off. Prep your arse off. Where are we? Too many normies. They just need waking up and to come on side with us. They do, Michael, and a lot will. Again, a lot of squaddies are leaving by their droves now, and they're gonna help significantly, because they're gonna know about strategy, you know. I've got a feeling that tonight's gonna be. No, I've got a feeling that one of, if not the plan next, maybe not next, or at some point during a sequence of events, they're going to try and bring in mandatory conscriptions, and if that goes to plan, which it won't, then what will be left behind whilst our young fighting age men and women, when they've gone to a meat grinder, because that's what it'll be, then we'll have Alan and all his mates from the snack bar. You know? So we can't allow conscriptions to go ahead, no matter what, you know? Fight. Oh, I felt like I just quoted Trump with that possibly fake assassination attempt. If ever that was a dramatic, you know, the people who still follow and believe that Q is a thing, you know, that Q is on our side, and oh fucking please, honestly, take that blue pill and go back to sleep. Where were we? I think they will announce Madonna's death Sunday as well. Queen of Pop, 69 years. Is that how old she is? Quite appropriate as well, because she's a dirty bitch. 69. I bet she's done about 5,000 of them. The invert of our queen, who died at 96 years old. Madonna is an Italian name for Mary. Yeah, I did know that. Yeah. And when you think back, was it something? When you call my name, and there was a black Jesus. I mean, if Jesus did exist, again, don't fucking jump on my back. If Jesus did exist, he would have been a very, very dark coloured man because of the region. Not this kind of mousy brown, long flowing, you know, mousy brown hair with a nice mousy brown little beard and white, you know, with bright green eyes, you know, what the fuck? That alone should get you to question Christianity a little bit. On top of the fact that they used to, women that used to go out and make natural remedies and fix people with these natural remedies. They were deemed as witches by powerful Christian people, and they would ram a spike up through their vagina, and then kind of just to the point where they couldn't move, and they'd do it at such an angle that eventually she would die slowly as she slid down the spike, just for doing what I'm doing with these natural supplements. That's your Christianity for you. Where are we? Studied cybersecurity as part of it, but engineer. Oh, wow. Programming and pretty much all-round techie. Love it. 8 days later, La Palma, it kicked up on 9/11, was the sign I was waiting to see the next 9/11. When you say La Palma, do you mean the island where everyone is just waiting basically for an extinct volcano to just slide into the sea and create a tsunami, a mega tsunami, not a normal tsunami that caused all, you know, that sort of wiped out Fukushima and all of that. That was nothing compared to what will happen when that happens, and that is a matter of when, not if. And that will kind of work its way all the way across the Atlantic and just wipe out most of the eastern seaboard of America. No one's ready for that. Where are we? At the Guidestones, there was a slab with the initials CR, but we know they invert everything. So RC could be Rothschilds or even Rosicrucian, but an inverted, more likely Club of Rome. You see the Club of Rome, Club of Rome, Club of Rome, Club of Rome keeps coming up. Yeah. Pole shift. What about the pole shift? Yeah, you see, I'm really not looking forward to that, but I am preparing for it. I did have a plan for a nuke if a nuke went off, but I've decided to get against that plan because as much of a hardcore survivalist, because I don't think there's any difference between a proper prepper and a survivalist. A survivalist will just, there's nothing, you know, you'll come up with a solution, you'll find a solution to find a way. But would I want to emerge into a fucking hellscape where there's no sun for 2 years because of a nuke, you know? Would I want to come out to just see nothing left alive? No. I'll just close my eyes and just walk towards that mushroom cloud, you know. But a pole flip, I'll see that through. I will. I'll get to the other side of that. We've done it before. We can do it again. It's all about your mindset and just putting a few things into place. And if you've got a Berkey filter, and you've got some big enough, you don't need to buy a shitload, although it's not a bad idea, right? Just get a decent size vac pack bag and then just put your Berkey filters into a couple of them and vac pack them down, seal them down, so that when the pole flip happens and we get that slosh back, and the massive floods happen, which is cyclical. It's happened, and it's happened, and it's happened. There's loads of evidence there. If you can work your way back and then crack those sterile filters and then just find some water to clean and then use that clean water to clean your Berkey and then clean some more water and then clean some more, you know, and then a lot of your food will be, you know, watertight as well, just bobbing away on the surface. Yeah, it's doable. It's doable. It's something a lot of people don't want to think about. I don't even want to think about it because it's not something I've got any control over, but I've got control over how I deal with it if it does happen or when it does happen. If it does happen in my lifetime, I'll deal with it and I will do everything I can to survive it. So I have got a few plans in place for that, but you need to make sure you can try and get back home again because that's where all your preps are. And you're not going to last very long without fresh water, you know. And there just be, I don't really need to go into detail about what to expect when the water subsides. You know, it won't be pretty. Anyway, Freemasonry fit into all of this. Who knows, Rosa? I think you see, we don't know if there's another war going on outside of this war with us. You know, a war against other like sort of family feuds, but right at the top of the pyramid, or we just don't know. You know, there's so much out there, so much information out there. some of it's conflicting, some of it makes sense, and some of it doesn't, you know, and everything in between. Too much to type up on here. Yeah, I know. Again, it would be interesting if further down the line and we could do some sort of calling thing, but I would need your techie savviness to help me set something like that up, Lana, you know, because I know if anyone here can help me with that, I know you can. Ryushin, what's Ryushin Malone? I'm not sure. RFB, sorry, good channel. RFB, what's RFB? Right, let me write that down. Is that all it's called? Oh, it'd be nice if the pen worked. RFB. I'll look into it. It's a very short name, RFB2. Got to rewrite it, otherwise it won't make any sense to me in the morning. And I'll be looking at it like, fuck does that mean? You are correct. As a site. Has some good theories, some good research, but he has some questionable theories too. Questionable theories aren't necessarily a bad thing, because I think the more perspectives, as long as you've got enough room in there, you know, the more perspectives you've got on something, the better, you know. And if you listen to your gut, that hopefully you've been looking after, that will kind of guide you to the truth, you know, that intuition, that second brain. Phew, glad got that out, lol. If these events transpire, remember it's them, not God doing it. Well, the poles are traveling, David, and that does seem to be a fact. So I can't see how they could have the technology to make the poles start to move like that. I can't see how they could do that. So unless, you know, well, again, I could go down some mad, crazy fucking theory. Where are we? He's also very into Antarctica, reptilian, human harvesting, that sort of thing. But I think he has become so obsessed with Orion symbology that he is seeing it in everything. But I will look into it further. Again, this is what can happen when some people can go down so many rabbit holes that blow their minds. They don't come up for air, you know. To just go deeper and deeper and deeper, and when they do finally come back, they're never the same, and they become obsessive, you know. Whereas you've got to maintain balance. Don't get obsessed with that. Don't get obsessed with that or that or that. Just maintain balance. You know, awareness of it all is good. You know, he says, I'm obsessed with prepping, but then that's just practical. It's just pure practical. That's all. So I think there's a difference. I think the last one was 10,000 years ago, but is due. but depends if partial, shift or full. Yeah, well, I think either one's going to be quite significant. We don't really know, but we do know it's survivable. We do know that because here we are. We are descendants of the survivors of pole flips, and if we could do it then, we can do it again and again and again. Yeah, the whole nuke thing. Yeah, all the nuke fear vids, total models. Then they show one over water with low cloud, and the clouds didn't even flinch. Yeah, well, I mean, there's a big. I mean, they have set some massive. Again, the nukes that they tested before they dropped these pretty small ones, really, on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. They were babies. They were what would be considered to be tactical nukes now. Tactical nukes, the equivalent. But I mean, I've seen like hydrogen bombs go off and stuff like that, and it's just fucking hell. And these all of these tests of these nukes that they've set off out in the South Pacific and in certain parts of Nevada. Oh, thank God for that. Some of these nukes that were set off both just above land and atmospherically will have been so significant that it would have bent what would have been a perfect weather system. That would have bent that a little bit out of shape, and then you throw all manner of other shit into the mix, and with weather manipulation, and it's just throwing everything out of sync. I mean, the Gulf Stream, if that gets any more fucked up, we're headed straight into an ice age. Because the Gulf Stream it carries all the warm air all the way around the Earth, and it just that's kind of, it keeps, it's a natural atmospheric balance, and if they keep fucking about like this and we lose that, we're looking at an ice age. I mean, we are officially still in an ice age, because as long as we've got ice, again, when you go back to Antarctica, is that a kind of a boundary line between the world that we know of and another world? There's the whole flat Earth thing. I don't know. These are things that I just keep just floating around. But none of us know for sure. Have you been to Antarctica? I know they have no-fly zones directly over the top of the North Pole, and no-fly zones anywhere near Antarctica. You before you know it, you're flanked. Turn around, and we'll fucking shoot you down. So there's definitely something of interest down there. It's just we don't really know what. Where are we? Is that Richie from Boston, Chelsea? Shill from what I heard. I don't know what that means, David. Stefan Verstappen. Oh God, Stefan Verstappen. Amazing knowledge. I'm gonna write that down. Rosa, I'm gonna fucking invoice you for post-it notes and pens. Stefan Verstappen. I'll have a look into that. All the nuke, its total models, then they show one over. Oh, yeah. Where are we? What are you laughing at, Lorna? Hey, what are you laughing at? You're laughing at me. And the places they said they did nuke, carpet more like, if they were nuked, they areas would be uninhabitable, yet people living there are growing food. Yeah, the same. It's the same with. Oh my God. What was that nuclear power station that it's gone? I know someone will put it in there before I remember it. Was it in Ukraine? Storm, stop. Please stop. What was it? Please help me out, because my brain's starting to vibrate. The one, that big power, that... No, Michael. The one in Eastern Europe. And they put a massive concrete cover over the top of it now. Chernobyl. Thank you very much, mate. Cheers. Oh, you know the relief that I get when someone puts it in there, because it's just not computing, you know. But the wildlife around Chernobyl is thriving, absolutely thriving. And there are people that refuse to move from there, and they're doing all right. You know, they're not having kids that have got three legs, 2 heads, 9 eyes, you know. So it does throw a lot of questions out there, you know. It does throw a lot of questions out there. We know that radioactivity exists. We know it does. But whether or not they've managed to find a bomb that's just as destructive, but because it doesn't make any sense to pepper the entire planet with nukes to make it a radioactive wasteland that's going to be uninhabitable for 10, 20,000 years, you know, with all of these radioactive isotopes. It makes no sense for anyone to do that. They're going to do it in a way where the Earth can recover, you know. It might happen in one country at some point, just to, again, the shock and awe, the whole shock and awe thing, because they've got to double up on the Twin Towers. They've got to piss all over that, you know. So whatever event they throw at us next is going to be intense, you know. As an artist, I always paint a straight horizon. Water needs a container and always finds its level. And Polaris is in the same place every night. Yeah, interesting, Lana. Again, I'm not sold on I'm not saying that the Earth isn't flat. I've never, ever said that. Never, right? It's just that there are lots and lots of potentials, you know. The fact that this might not even be real, you know, that we could be in some sort of simulation. And there does seem to be some evidence that backs that up. There's not a great deal of evidence that backs up a flat Earth. Yeah, well, we'll find out one day, hopefully. You know, it would be nice, but you know, if it just turns out to be a beautiful blue marble just floating through space, then it won't be much of a shock to us, because that's how we've been. But then we question everything that we were taught at school now. Everything, you know, including World War II, you know, everything. And that is because we're looking now. You know, for a massive chunk of our lives, we were just in the system. We were just in the matrix, and we were just getting on with it and just, you know, living life. But there have been several events that have happened throughout the last sort of, well, since Kennedy, really, which is why they coined the phrase, you know, conspiracy theorist. So there was that, and then there was a few other things, and then there was the 9/11, you know, that woke a hell of a lot of people up. And then there's a guy called Jason Burmis. If you go on to Jason Burmis, you know, I'm writing loads of your stuff down. You can write some of my stuff down. Jason Burmis, if you've not heard of him, you know, he's done either 4 or 5 documentaries, and they're all free. They're all free on his channel. If you go into his playlist section of his channel, Jason Burmis, he's being suppressed. And one of his documentaries was called, you see, Shade, the motion picture. That's good, very good. That was his first one. But Loose Change, the final cut. Watch that, you know, and maybe consider sending that, sharing that on with someone who's just on the turn. Just say, you know, the Twin Towers, it's not quite what you think, you know, it's blah, de, blah, de, blah, de, blah. And they managed to find a perfectly intact ID card or driving license of one of the people that was alleged to have, oh, fucking hell. Remote controlled planes. And then controlled demolitions. We all know this. Yeah, I've watched that, Rosa, that documentary. And I think I might have had a moment where I was thinking, can I believe this? You know, because there's so much shit out there that we can't believe anymore. Can I believe this? But I think if it was anything but the truth, then it probably wouldn't have been made into a documentary, you know? Decode Your Reality with Logan talks about the simulations. Yeah, well, you see the whole, there was a couple of professors that were interviewed live on TV, and they went through the same sort of kind of on stage ridicule and disrespect that David Icke got when he first went and was interviewed by Terry Wogan. It was a very, very similar scenario. They were laughed off the stage, yet they were coming out with, you know, look, you know, this is the evidence. We can prove that everything around us is binary, and binary is code, computer code. So, you know, who knows? Who knows? Just keep an open mind. That's what I say, because there's no better way to be. Yeah, I'm still investigating. Yeah, I think we all are. Oh, you're very welcome, Rosa. You know, this is what this is all about. You know, we're all sharing. We're all sharing with each other. You know, I've gained loads of knowledge from you guys. You've hopefully gained a little bit of something from me. You know, even if it's just to get together on a Friday night. You know. Hey, Joanna's in the house. How you doing, sweetheart? You all right? You okay? I'm doing all right. I'm sound. Been busy. That's it. I can remember when the 2 towers had fallen, then a metal girder was left standing, dissolved into dust. High energy weapon. No, I genuinely think it was a controlled a controlled explosion, Michael, because of the way, look, to get one building, just one building in the middle of a massive built-up city like Manhattan, was it Manhattan, to fall perfectly into its own footprint, right, is the chances of that happening are very, very slim. The chances of two falling perfectly into their footprint is in the billions. And then there was building number 9, was it? Perfectly into its own footprint again. You know, the odds are stacked against that happening. So I do believe it was a controlled demolition. And again, if you watch Loose Change, the final cut by Jason Bermas, it will go into so much detail, and it just puts all of the pieces together, all of them, you know, and it'll all make complete and total sense to you. So if you get a chance to write that down and watch it, it's a really, really good documentary. They all are. He's really, really good. He's really, really good, you know. And it goes, you know, just in this one that goes quite in depth into the Bilderberg and the Club of Rome, and yeah, lots of stuff, you know. Yeah, he's very good. I really recommend him. You know, I've been watching him for years, 6-7 years now, you know, and he's very, very good. I can remember what, yeah, blah, blah, blah. I've been busy as my new kitchen starts on Monday. I hope that gets sorted out quick, because you don't want to be living in a building site, you know. It's chaos. My front room was like that when I finally got around to getting the old fireplace ripped out and getting that multi-stove, that multi-burn, multi-fuel stove put in. Because they show you the picture and they're like, oh, that looks nice. Yeah, that looks nice. By the time they finished, the carpet was fucked, right? Didn't put any plastic down to protect the carpet, and the entire surround of where this stove's been put, it looked like someone had got an AK-47 and just gone. It looked a right fucking mess, and it wasn't the stove I ordered. So I refused to pay him the outstanding amount until someone came around and plastered it properly, you know, so that it looked like what I was meant to be getting. And then it took me I was in such a dark place back then. It took me a long time to then finally paint all the walls, finish the plastering off that these plasterers had fucked up. Me and my dad did that. And now it looks bang on. And then, you know, a bit of paint here and there, the ceiling, gave it a complete and then a new carpet in there. And, but that took a long time, that did. So that front room was in a right state for months. Yeah, it's not, I hope it gets done quick for you, Joanna. Because you live like living in flux, aren't you? You know, everyone wants a nice, tidy, clean home. They were in the towers pretending to do work and installed. Yeah, I totally agree with you, Lana. That's my belief as well. Living out of cardboard boxes is a nightmare. It is, but it's, you know, it's fun, right? And if you've got a garden, Joanna, save all that cardboard, because it's a gardener's dream. Cardboard is, I'm telling you. Just get rid of all the sellotape, anything that's plastic, anything that's not natural, and you've just got cardboard, right? And then just cut it up into, you know, fair chunks. Sow a load of carrot seeds, you know, put cardboard over the top of it, and just keep watering the cardboard, and your carrots will start to sprout. And then you just, you know, take them up. The worms love it, you know. I put loads of cardboard down, you know, at the close of you know, when we come to the end of autumn. I put loads of cardboard down on top of any weeds, and by the time this time of year comes around, it's all gone. Worms love love cardboard, and they turn the cardboard into food for your plants. And where my little orchard is, where the hedge used to be, that's a no dig zone. So anything that I plant in there, there's no digging, because I've created a perfect permaculture. Perfect. Where are we? Hey up, Ray. How you doing? Are you all right? I have an endoscopy tomorrow morning. Have you ever had one before, Ray? Because I've had several. I've got a big scar here. They tried to get a sample of. They didn't know what it was. They didn't know it was cancer at the time, but they tried to go down through my stomach through my. I can't remember, but they tried to go down and try and get to it, and they had several attempts. So if you've never had one before, I'm not going to talk to you about it, because, yeah, if you're already a bit scared, I don't want to, make it worse, but just, you won't be wide awake. You'll be semi-awake, because they need you semi-awake. But it's not going to kill you. Just know that you'll survive it. It's not a death sentence. And that's the way you've got to look at it. If there was a silver lining, that's the best I can do, I'm afraid, and I do like me silver linings, that. So don't be scared. Don't be scared, Ray. In the grand scheme of things, you'll be all right. Yeah, you'll be all right. You'll be fine. Don't worry. Don't worry about a thing. I'm going to have a top up. Please feel free to converse between yourselves. Look at that, perfectly timed with Alana. She's going for a coffee. Yeah, what's it for, Ray? What's the biopsy for? Nothing sinister, I hope. Rise up this morning, smiled at the rising, three little birds beside my doorstep, singing sweet songs, singing, kissing a message from you. Back in one sec. Excuse me. Yeah, it's not a full. Yeah, you are sedated, heavily sedated. You kind of drift in and out, and I've just got vague memories of me kind of going to try and get to my mouth, and I can just remember this hand kind of, and then they're just little memories of it. I don't remember much. But yeah, it's not the most pleasant experience I've ever had, but if they're doing it right, they're doing it because they need to do it, you know. And yeah, I saw that very interesting in the Amish vid you shared. Yeah, that was really good, Rosa. Yeah, really. Again, you know, I love stuff like that, because they've. If you want to learn how to live off grid, and again try and find ways of. You see, because I've come up with several ways now of coming up. I've come up with several side hustles that I could that are sustainable, right? That would be useful. I need to get 2 more things, and then I'm done. And one of those things, I'll show you my dad's. Yeah, my dad left it here because we've had to chop an old dead tree down. Which is, I mean, it was dead, you know. And so I've got a load of, we've not finished with it yet. We've just been taking all the limbs off. Now we're going to try and work on the actual trunk. And yeah, that's loads of good quality, decent firewood. But because I've got a multi-fuel stove, I've also got everything that I need to clean the chimney as well. So I don't need to get a chimney sweep in. You know, I can be completely and totally self-sufficient. I believe that currently I could live outside of the system whilst living smack bang in the middle of a big town. So this is it. And I've never known anything like it. Bear with me a sec. Let me see if I can. Again, if you've got tools, right, you can go around to people's houses and do various services for them, and then they can pay you in food, you know, or other services. Whoa. You know, when you're 90% sure that everything is just going to come tumbling down on your head. That was one of them moments. So you see this, you basically put that in the end of your drill, right? And then your drill becomes a chainsaw. But they're not actually very good, you know. So if you see anything like this and you're thinking, oh, that looks good, you know, how handy is that, right? Don't bother. That's just my 10 pence worth. Don't bother. Whereas this is impressive, you know. Goes through things like butter. And it was, oh, sorry, darlings. Sorry, it's all right, it's all right. It's like, oh no, Daddy's gone back into Texas Chainsaw Massacre again. He's going to go around chopping people up, putting them in the cellar with the rest. I haven't got a cellar. They're all in my loft, screaming. Oh, that was dark. But that just goes through stuff like butter. I could chop a proper tree down with that if I did it, you know, incrementally, and then just kind of, and then did a wedge, just so I know, so I can time where it's going to fall. I could chop a tree down with that. It's incredible. It's incredible. And it comes with 2 batteries. The make, if you want to look it up, you know, it's, again, it's another tool. You can go around to people's houses and, you know, you can just say, do you want, they're going to prefer someone that lives local as opposed to a pikey knocking on their door, knowing that there's a possibility they're going to be marched off to the fucking cash machine to pay them 3 times what they quoted you in the first place. I'm not a fan of pikeys. I've seen what damage they've done to our elderly in this area, you know. So yeah, you could literally, you know, add that to your collection of power tools, and you can go around people's houses and make really light work of pruning trees, pruning bushes. You know, I've also got if we had ended up with a, oh no, but that wouldn't matter. No, but yeah, just little tools like that. And I am, hey, Boho Witchy, how you doing, Carly? You all right, darling? Yeah. Oh, that would have been quite funny, actually, if you just sat down and just kind of just put this live stream on and saw me with a fucking chainsaw, like Elon Musk when he realised that being mates with Trump was going to double the value of his companies. Yeah, that'd have been quite lively with a chainsaw as well up on stage. It's so dodgy. They're so dodgy, you know. I hope everyone can see it, you know. I hear all these people online that I used to think you were quite like on it, you know. I used to think you were quite observant and then you just realise that they're either ignorant to it, you know, they kind of know something, but they're just ignoring it, which is a form of bliss for them. Or they just don't see it, which is mad to me because this is all very blatantly obvious to me. Or they don't see anything at all, or they're complicit. There's no other angle, no other angle than that, you know. Where are we? Would love my new shit chainsaw tea. Would love my new. Is that a make? Still chainsaw tea. It's a beauty. Got 2 now. Need them. Amount of trees around here. My garden got a 90-foot conifer end of the garden, bloody huge. I love evergreens because they provide shelter during harsh winters for birds, you know. And I just love trees. And one of my best friends is a tree surgeon, and I've always said to him, I don't think I could do your job, mate. I don't think I could chop a tree down because it's you know, some of these trees have just been there for so long, you know. I mean, my redwood, that's about a quarter of the weight of the weight. So we planted 2, you know. It's like I think I've given this analogy before. You go into a pet shop and you go, right, I'm after a lizard. Oh, and by the way. So I've got lots of experience with reptiles, so that that's another line. I've got loads and loads of potential side hustles, and I implore you to try and think of some yourself. You know, try and come up with some. You know, so I've got loads of experience with reptiles, lizards, and snakes, and there aren't any reptile hotels. You know, when people want to go on holiday for a week or 2 weeks, there aren't any reptile hotels. Whereas I know what I'm doing, you know, and I know how to look after. I know how to look after them, and how to handle them. You know, I've helped a 7-foot male common boa constrictor shed. It still had part of it, so it wasn't very well looked after. right? So it still had part of its previous shed on, plus the next shed over one of its eyes. So I had to help it shed 2 layers off its head and then the rest off the rest of it. And it was so therapeutic because they usually use, like, you know, the ground to get out of their skin. They usually use the ground to do it, but I was doing it, and it was like putting a condom on, but in reverse. And I was just like that as it was moving forward and moving around my neck and my shoulders. And it was so therapeutic. But yeah, a reptile hotel, you know, I can do that. I could do that, no problem. And I'd say, right, ask me anything you like about reptiles, and I'll answer the questions, just to prove that I know that you know your pet is in good hands. So there's another side hustle, another potential one. But yeah, David, I did buy a proper full-size chainsaw from Aldi once, about 8-9 years ago, and the chain came off, you know, and that could have I didn't get injured, you know, but it put the shits up me. So I took it back. That was it. I thought, I'm having fuck all to do with chainsaws from now on, until my dad came around with this. And I thought, sold. Yeah. And it's, yeah, I mean, what have I even done with it? So you get this, which is very powerful, and it comes with 2 batteries and a spare chain as well. And it's 60 quid on Amazon, and that's the make there if you want to look it up. Yeah, 60 quid. It's a snip. There is another model that's sort of twice as much, and I don't know if you get what you pay for with these sort of things, but I suppose you get what you pay for applies to anything that you buy, really. But that's within my, you know, my financial range. And then I've got a few things I need to get sorted on that camper van, and then I've got to sell it. I'm going to have to sell it. I don't want to sell it, but I'm going to have to sell it just to, well, where am I? You know, it's such a tough one, because if the shit hits the fan, but then I've always said that I will, you know, I'll defend my castle. I will defend my castle, because, you know, in order for me to live here without a mortgage, I had to lose my wife, you know. So if ever there was something worth fighting for, it's what we built together. So that kind of makes that camper van surplus to requirements. I've got a caravan. I bought that. I wasn't in a good frame. I wasn't at the time. I thought I knew what I was doing. You know, 2 months after losing Sal, I thought I knew what I was doing, but I didn't. Looking back, I certainly didn't. So, but it's completely self-contained. You know, it's got everything. Onboard freshwater tank, onboard grey water tank, a completely separate battery bank, electric system, powered by solar. All of that me and my dad did together. It's all kitted out with a diesel heater. It's got hot and cold running water, the shower. It's got a shower room, a toilet, loads of storage. I've put a brand new TV in there, low powered TV. The list goes on. You know, I spent a fortune on it. £4,500 just to get the welding done underneath it. So I will have lost a lot of money on that. A lot. It was a bad purchase. You know, the preps that I could have bought with the money that I spent on that, you know. But we can't live in the past, and we just need to learn to make sure that we don't make the same mistakes again. You know, we live and learn. We live and learn again. Where are we? Some of these birds look like drones, lol. Men in white coats at their door for me, lol. Yeah, it sounds Rosie. I think you might need to be careful there, darling. They might, yeah. I think you're only days away from being, you know, shoved into the back of a van. But again, silver linings. You know, you get a brand new, free of charge, white jacket. You know, that's very, very huggy. You know, which is nice for winter. We like that huggy sensation. Padded walls, you know, so you could just like lean against the walls and stuff. That sound nice. Oh dear. What do you mean butterfingers, Michael? You mean banana fingers? I don't mind typos. I find them funny. On top of the fact that we all do them, but I think we all know we read between the lines, so it's never a problem. Never a problem. I have a bit of a bad habit of typing too fast. You see, I didn't know that, so you've admitted that, Lana. And earlier on, I was saying I'm a two-finger typist, but you'd be like, done, sent, you know. And I'm still in the middle of going, dear, you know. When it gets windy here, a lot can come down, so got to be prepared. Folk get paid for taking them off the roads. Here, if I come down and block a road, can sign up and notify you when one has come down. Oh, that's good. Yeah. When me and my dad went air rifle shooting in those woods, it was very, very windy, very windy. And I had to explain what a widowmaker was to my dad, because I used to love wild camping in hammocks. I used to love it. And yeah, but we'd always look out for widowmakers. You want to be able to wake up in the morning, you know, and not be impaled. There's nothing worse, right, than waking up impaled, you know. I can knit. My side hustle is making cat blankets for our local cats protection charity. Oh, that's lovely. Lana could do crocheting. I have thought about knitting, but I think Lana's convinced me that crocheting might just be a little bit easier, you know. But it's because of the therapeutic element of it, right? So if you've got a hobby that is therapeutic whilst producing a product that might be useful, you know, whether it's making a little pair of gloves for, you know, a neighbor, or some little booties, or, you know, a little baby grow, or, you know, anything like that, you know, a jumper, a scarf. It's a skill. It's a skill. I remember my mum, you know, trying to knit something when she was pissed out of her face, and she was just slurring, knit one pill, one pill, one. Knit one pill, one. Yeah, she was off her tits. So I heard the term knit one pearl one from a very young age, very slurred. And she made a jumper, you know, that would fit John Merrick perfectly. I hope you all know who John Merrick is. Ordering another recurve bow and arrows. Last two tonight in the trees at the back garden tonight practicing, and I need it, and crossbows before they ban them. Yeah, well, I've shown you my two crossbows. The Mantis is probably the better one of the two, but they're both good, you know, 250, 260 feet, I think, per second. And I've got a shitload of bolts. You know, I've got spare bolts to go with spare bolts to go with spare bolts, and they're all in a nice camo little sort of side bag thing, you know. I've not really got much practice in my archery for ages now, so I might get back into that. It's really, really enjoyable, you know. I just prefer rifles, you know, but there's just something a little bit more primeval about a bow and arrow, you know, just running through the woods with a like squirrel skin, just a squirrel skin covering your bits, running through, you know. Have you seen Survival Lily? If you go on to Survival Lily, she's gone on to X now because she is being demonetized because she's bringing up lots and lots of information about what's happening in Europe. But she's the ultimate female prepper. As a prepper, I hold her in very high regard, right? But because she's a female prepper, she's even higher, you know. She did some sort of challenge where she had to survive for an X amount of time naked. I think it's called Naked and Alive or something like that. And she took part in that, and she did all right. But her archery skills are outstanding, you know. But then she's got decent bows. Mine are relatively cheap bows, you know. And you do get what you pay for. But if you're going to go for a bow, go for a recurve bow. Let me drink out my goblet. Yeah, you know, the one, I wouldn't bother with a compound bow because if it goes tits up, you can do yourself some damage. And then when you need to replace all of the string, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. You know, just a bog standard bow and arrow, preferably a recurve bow. You're good to go. You're good to go. I lost an arrow in my garden and a crossbow bolt ages ago. They still haven't turned up. You probably fired them that hard, mate. They ended up in another dimension, you know. So I've got a lovely little water feature that's perfect in that garden. It's perfect where it's positioned, the style of it, everything. It's perfect for that garden. But there was a beautiful water feature there before that, and instead of just kind of like starting off 6 foot, then 8 foot, then 10 foot, and then 12 feet, you know, I went straight to sort of like 20 feet when I'd had a few of these down my throat, and completely missed the target, and it went straight through the water feature. So it rendered it utterly useless. So that's why that water feature's there now, because I felt so bad about it, because Sal took it from her previous home, you know, her original marital home with the kids. So, you know, it was a bit sentimental. So I felt quite bad. So, like, just with anything, you know, if you're practicing with a bow, whether you're practicing with a crossbow, a pistol crossbow, or with a rifle, just calibrate it calibrate it. Start off with your targets closer to you, and then when you start getting nice groupings, preferably around the middle, then move it 2 feet, just 2 feet, that's all, and then carry on doing it until you get a nice grouping again around the middle, and then another 2 feet, and then another 2 feet. Before you know it, you'll be able to do like 20, 30 feet, 40 feet, you know. You just have to adjust your pitch. But yeah, it's very, very therapeutic, and it's kind of, you know, it's old school. Yeah, it is quite cute that you knit stuff for cats. I like that. I'll show you Lana's crocheting skills again. So if you can, I know, right, look, prepping is not a hobby. We know this. It's not a hobby. It's a lifestyle. It's a mindset. So having little hobbies is really good for you, because it's escapism, because the world is gone to hell in a handbasket. It's mad. So just to find a little bit of escapism by doing a hobby that's therapeutic, and then producing something at the end of it. Gardening is I would consider gardening a hobby. You know, when I plant something, I'm really disappointed if it doesn't grow. But when I see that thing coming up like that, you know, I get so excited. You know, some people would say that's proper sad, but it's not, because then I know I'm going to nurture that all the way through summer, you know, and it's going to repay me with good quality, organic, healthy food. What was I going to get? Oh, it's gone. It's gone. Yes, yeah. Right. So this is what our Lana made, right? So it's 100% pure cotton. So you can use it as a dishcloth, or, you know, clean yourself with it, whatever. I've not decided yet. Look at that. I wonder where to frigging start. You know? You can use it as a flannel, you know, again. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. That part there just missed Zephyr's head by about an inch. Let's put that out of the way. Okay, now. Yeah, little hobbies. I mean, you can, you know, if you can make stuff, because I know it, and I'm not quite sure if it's any of you guys, but I know that one of our little tribe has started making reusable sanitary towels, you know, because this is necessary. This is absolutely essential. And I did post a video about a woman who had I've forgotten her name now, but if I remember, I'll post a link. It's Rain Country, something Rain Country. Yeah, she's a proper prepper, and she makes all her own sanitary reusable sanitary towels, you know. And this is the way forward, because you're not going to be able to, and you'll be doing the world a great service, because these things, as soon as they go into your bin, you know, and it probably wrapped up in a hygienic little bag or something like that. You put it in the bin, and then it goes into your main bin eventually, and then your bin gets emptied, and it's like, oh, by magic, All of my rubbish has just disappeared. It hasn't. It's just gone from your house to somewhere else. And these things, those things and nappies, they just clog up the environment. They're so bad. You know, I had nappies, proper reusable nappies named after me, you know. Do you know who I am? I remember big buckets, you know, with something called nappy san, something like that in there. Just loads of nappies, terry toweling. Nappies just in there, just like boiling hot water. Just, yeah, mum used to wash her own. And then that was it, you know, reusable nappies. Now, there was an argument between terry toweling nappies, old school nappies, and with the pins, you know. There was an argument between them and disposable nappies, right? And both were kind of as bad for the environment, but in different ways. But then again, that depends on your view of the environment. So the amount of energy that was required to create that amount of hot, really, really fucking hot water to make sure all the germs were killed and the nappies went back to being pure white again, versus the clogging up of these nappies and these sanitary towels in the environment. So you are better off making your own. You are, because you've become self-sufficient then. You know, I've only got enough to keep a lady happy for maybe 3 cycles, right? And enough to change a newborn. If you were to cut these toddler size ones, cut them all up for a newborn, probably enough to last one 2-3 weeks, something like that. You know, just put one nappy on a day, not on a newborn, you know. But that's it. Yeah, well, you clearly missed the target, Michael. Otherwise, it would have been in the target. But yeah, who knows, mate? Maybe we could do a bit of practicing together when we go camping. You know, I'm definitely going to bring some stuff. I've really got to think I've really got to think about the car, because I've got to fit two dogs in there. You know, the amount of kit that I want to bring along is just ridiculous. So we're going to have to get our heads together, Michael. Work out what you want to bring. I'll work out what I can bring. And so we've got all angles covered, you know, so we can keep people entertained whilst they're there. And they will be. It'll be brilliant. I can't wait. A 60-pounder and a 40-pounder. I bet the 40-pounder is a lot easier. I was going to say the 40-pounder would be a lot easier. You don't need a 60-pounder, mate. You don't need an 80-pounder, you know. As long as you can draw on that string with enough strength, on a recurve, so that's all you need. It's all you need, mate. Wow, Rosa, I've thought about keeping bees. They need all the help that they can get. You know, if everyone had a beehive in their garden, that would be a step in the right direction. Just a step, you know. So we've got to stop all this shit from coming out the skies. You know, I've got a couple of plants in that garden. There's one that's almost completely blue now because the flowers are just so vividly blue. It's a beautiful, beautiful dark shade of, well, medium shade of blue. And every year, you know, I've been in this house 20 years now. Every year for about 14, 15 years, this time of year, it was covered with bees and butterflies. Now you're looking at, you go out there, you look if you see 2, 3, you know, it's a really bad problem, guys. Anything you can grow to attract bees into your garden, you know, as organically as possible, please do it. And if you've got enough space, keep bees. You just need to do a bit of research in them first, you know. and you can buy a hive if you like, and or you can just get some. But again, you know, the really old-fashioned ones made from like rope and made from hemp, right? They're the best beehives in the world because it's the closest you can get to being natural. These drawers that you lift out, like, that's not natural, you know. But those bell-shaped ones, they banned them in America. I wonder why. Wallace was an expert bowsman. Everyone thinks of him as a sword, but was known in his clan as expert bowsman and the best at it. Think it's in the blood. Yeah, could be, mate. Yeah, who knows? Are we talking about William Wallace? That doesn't surprise me, you know. Like I said, look at that. Listen, think about that man. He actually existed, you know. And then think about Boudica, you know. She existed. I do believe that these people truly existed. So think about the level of bravery going up against overwhelming odds in the face of tyranny and winning. Because you know, they thought outside the box. They thought outside the box, and that gave them an edge. The Scottish warriors back in the day, when Romans occupied the UK, the only people that could get one over on the Romans, you know, with all of their, you know, body armor and, you know, all of the kind of proper good quality, finely tuned, finely kind of designed weaponry and stuff. The only people that could fuck them over were the Scots. You know, look into it. They just go around the back. They were sneaky. They won. You know, they were formidable, and these people were just like me and you. You know, they just had enough, and they wanted to fight back, and they were extremely powerful. You know, because they fought with heart. You know, they had principles that they were prepared to die by. Where are we? It's all squinty because was shoved in parcel. Need to stretch it out a bit. I knew you were going to say that, Lana, because as I was holding it up, I was thinking it's not perfectly square, but I know that if I just grabbed hold of that and then just pulled that bit, it would be perfectly square. What can I say, Lana? You're a perfectionist, you know, and perfectionists are going to say stuff like that. So, but don't worry, it's perfect. It's lovely. Thank you. You know, the fact that someone's made that, you know, and then gave it to me. It's lovely. What was I think get I lower one? Can't draw back fully hard because it goes so far. Do love feeling of it though. Yeah, just keep getting some practice in, mate. It's about practice, and yeah, it does make you feel primeval because it's the same thing with me for fire. You know, I love being around natural fire. I've forgotten the last time I had my bedside light on. You know, I have candlelight every night now, and it's made a difference. It makes a difference because it's something that we've been around for, could be millions of years. We don't know how many times we've had pole flips and this and that, and you know, and come back from the brink of extinction, the brink of it, come back and repopulate the planet again. You know, so but yeah, you know, fire it's an integral part of our DNA, our genetics. Remember it from our great times 1,000 granddad, you know, being a fire maker, carrying that I forgot the name of them. There's a fungus that you can light it and then blow it out, and it will just smolder really slowly, smolder. And they used to carry it in leather pouches, you know, and then as soon as they'd get to another spot where they were setting up camp, they get this little fungus out that was still smouldering, and they get a fire from it, going from it, and keep the fire going on all night. Let the fungus go out, keep the fire going all night, then relight the fungus before they move on to the next wherever they're going. You know, yeah, we're ingenious. We can work with nature. It's just that there's so many people now that are completely and totally brainwashed and zombified, you know, for now. We want to start keeping bees this year, get a hive or two. Love honey. Love you too, honey. Yeah, David, if you want to, you know, I was going to say Gavin and Stacey. What's the name of their channel? He's always bringing out stuff that he's found, and they've lived offline. They live near the Amish. They're friends with the Amish. They've learned a lot from the Amish. I think they've got about, I can't remember, about 10, 12 acres, something like that. And they live 90% off the grid. Something in Stacey, I'm sure it is. Someone can tell me. But they keep bees, and they've got a lot of knowledge. And there's a beekeeping section in the playlist section of their channel that you might find useful. I've still not discarded the idea of keeping bees. That thought is still definitely a possibility. You know, I've got a few circling around my head. You know, I've been learning a little bit more about the importance of fresh organic eggs. You know, you could probably live off them. You know, we don't need to be eating anywhere near the amount of carbs that we eat. Even if we're training, you don't need that much. You know, we need to be eating meat. Lots of meat and eggs and good quality vegetables. You could say fruits as well, but because there are so many strains now of fruit that have been just modified somehow and then modified again, and it increases the amount of fructose that's in the fruit to make it sweeter. And that fructose that starts to mess with your metabolism, you know, with your insulin production and stuff like that. Yeah, it starts to mess about with you. So just having, you know, humans, we were as nomadic people back a long time ago. We would have been eating berries that were probably and fruit that was quite sour, so we'd only have a bit. You know, now we've got bowls of bananas and oranges and all sorts of stuff, which, you know, if you bought them in a shop like 45, 50 years ago, you're like, oh, that's a bit exotic, isn't it? Wow, look at this. You know, now we just take them for granted. But yeah, I've thought about bees. And I've thought about hens. Yeah, so going back onto chicken hens eggs, they're just so. The more I knew they were a superfood anyway, but I'm learning more and more and more. What you've got to remember is that an egg is literally a fully equipped life support system, from embryo to fully grown chick. So imagine what that can do for us, you know? It's incredible. Eggs are amazing, you know? I remember learning about an egg in biology, and it blew my mind. It was one of the few occasions where I was sat there in a classroom engaged, because it blew my mind. So I've always loved birds and the feathered kind. And there's a little, they're perfectly shaped so they don't roll out of the nest. They just roll in a circle. They've got an air sac at the top, and then you've got two coils that hold the yolk in place, and the embryo is attached to the side of the yolk sac, and it just feeds off that, and somehow gets its air from this little air sac at the top. And then it knows that it's got to peck its way out. It knows, you know? And then those eggshells are so valuable. They're so good for you, as long as you take magnesium with them, just to help it absorb into your body. But I just know that if they're free range, it's only a matter of time before I become complacent one night and just let them out for a wee, and there's a straggling chicken. They'll kill them. They'll kill them. And if they get next door and start shitting all over their yard, I don't think they'll be best impressed. Although I would give them free eggs. I give them half a dozen eggs just to allow my chickens to have a shit on their lifeless backyard, you know. So I've not discarded that idea either, because of the importance of chickens, of eggs. And then if you were thinking about raising chickens, so many people are put off by the fact that you need a cockerel, and they're noisy little bastards, you know. You've been out on a Saturday night thinking, oh, I'm fucked. I am fucked. I shouldn't have had those last 17 shots, right? But you think it's Sunday tomorrow, I'll have a lie-in, right? And then all you've got at like 4 in the morning, half 4 in the morning is over and over and over, pissing you off, pissing your neighbours off. But you can hire a cock for a week. Oh, grow up, Terry, grow up. There's no other way of putting it, really, is there? You know, I'm making it worse. One can rent a cockerel for a weekend, and that cockerel will sire all of your hens, all of them, you know. But then you're going to need an extra bit of kit because you can't always rely on the hens to incubate their chicks. So you'd need a little thing so that it's maintains a certain temperature, and until they hatch themselves, and then put them with the mum. But we only ever had 3 hens just for eggs. But after like 2.5 years, they stopped laying. That's it. They passed it, Then they turn into pets or meat. So if you want to have a continuous flow of eggs and meat, then you're going to have to, hiring a cockerel just for a weekend, These are all possibilities, or quails, or rabbits, but the whole rabbit thing, I've got loads and loads of videos on how to skin rabbits, but the thought of killing one, I'm not looking forward to that possibility at all. I can't kill anything apart from people, you know. Disclaimer: I'm not a murderer. I'm not wanted for murder, but there are people out there that I would love to fucking ragdoll, you know. Where are we? I just spent 30 minutes reading about Joseph Merrick. What a lovely soul. Who's Joseph Merrick? I know John Merrick. He was in love with Esmeralda, the bell ringer of Notre Dame. And again, I wonder what significance there was of the burning of Notre Dame, because I always said, you see, I knew someone that went over there and they were sending me photos back, and I said, please, you know, take some photos of Notre Dame for me, you know, because it's always fascinated me. It's such an incredible cathedral, you know, or was. But I do think there was some significance in why that was burned down. We make it an uncivil war, not civil. One like they want. Yeah. Think outside the box. Yeah, absolutely. Mind before matter. Yeah. It's about getting up. We need to network, you know. Lana sent me a YouTube video from a guy that I started getting interested in what he had to say a couple of months ago. So I ended up subscribing to him, and I like he's got a very interesting insight, and he really kind of laid it down hard in this particular video. So if you've got the opportunity, Lana, you know which one I'm on about. I've forgotten his name now. He does a lot of his videos whilst he's driving his car, and it looks like a kaleidoscope sometimes because of the angles that he's got. But the information in that video, it's very sobering. Sobering is probably a very, very good word. So if you can link that, Lana, I'd appreciate that, because you know which one I mean. King Arthur's cake. Is that what it's called, Michael? Wow, King Al. Well, yeah, they've used it. You know, they took it over to America. Well, I don't know which country of origin it is, but I know that this fungus grows right across our hemisphere, and it just smoulders. It just smoulders. It looks like a lump of I don't know, sheep shit, something like that. Looks a little bit like that. Quite dark. But people have probably been using that for thousands of years, if not hundreds of thousands of years. We just don't know. But it's amazing. Again, you know, we can utilize nature without destroying it. He was Joseph Merrick. I called him John. I need to head off and change the dressings on my stitches and head to bed. Oh, I hope I wasn't too late in saying good night to you there, Lana. I got on one. But you will sleep. You know you'll sleep. So sweet dreams, and I'll speak to you soon. And thanks for modding for us. Always appreciated. And yeah, off grid with Doug and Stacey. So to anyone that's still interested in the whole beekeeping thing, there's so much information, you know, on that channel as far as beekeeping is concerned. Loads and loads and loads. You know, the pitfalls, the you know, the best ways to maximize and the best way to avoid getting any infections or anything in there, keeping everything to optimum temperature, where to keep it. yeah, loads of information. All you could possibly need to know about beekeeping is Off Grid with Doug and Stacey. Now, I watch every single one of their videos, every single one of them, apart from the lives, because the lives do my head in. There's just too much talking, you know. He says, where are we? Cock Hire Limited. Going cheap. Very good, Michael. I like it. He's fucking on form. He's on form. Someone puts eggs out here up the back road, an honesty box. I love honesty boxes, you know, but it's not going to be long before they don't exist anymore, you know, because if people are hungry, they're gonna take your food, you know. But it's a very, very, very quintessentially British thing to do, you know, in these lovely kind of country-esque settings, these little tiny hamlets and tiny little villages and hamlets out in the British countryside with these honesty boxes. I love them. You know, I couldn't imagine stealing from one of them, because I just couldn't do it. I could never do it, you know. I'd just walk by if I had no money to buy anything. I'd just walk by and forage instead to feed myself. But yeah, I love that. Cock hire. So you could hire a cockerel, but I mean, if you, like I said, if you end up with quails, no one can hear them. You know, the cockerel is almost silent. It's like beep, 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 beep. Nothing. You know, you have to be quite close to even hear it. So no one would know. No one would know that you've got quails. No one would know, and because they're so small, if you have you know, you can move them around. You know, so if it's open like a triangle one, you can just move it around, and it will just, you know, the shit. You know, I mean, chicken shit. You can't beat that. You can't. It's right. That's right at the top of natural fertilizers. The amount of nitrogen in there, in particular, is ridiculous. But you've got to dilute it down, otherwise it will burn. It will burn your plants, literally burn them. Oh no, it happened to us. So because of the dogs, really, I won't be getting any hens. But I am definitely thinking about beekeeping, because, to be honest with you, once you've got going, they're self-sustaining. You know, they know how to keep the hive warm during the winter and cool during the summer. You know, and you'll be helping everyone's gardens and anyone else that's trying to grow stuff, and helping to keep the bee population of the British Isles, you know, to a better level than they are at the moment, you know. You see, I don't even know if I'm allergic to bee stings. And to some people, one bee sting can cause anaphylactic shock to the point where they could be dead within 2-3 minutes from one bee sting. I've never been stung. Never been stung. So there's only one way to find out, you know. We would be dead if it weren't for the bees. Bees, well, people just think about bees. There are many, many pollinators. It's just that bees are the best at it, you know. But your flowers, some of your flowers will get pollinated during the night, you know, because moths will land on flowers. You know, You've got a different type of pollinator that's doing the job during the night. But I've made sure I've got a good 10 years supply of double-ended cotton buds. So if I have to, I'm going to have to pollinate, you know. It says about not nocturnal, but I was on about moths, which I call them the butterflies of the night, because it sounds better than moth, you know, because that's what they are. And there's one flying around in here. You might have seen it go in front of the camera. It's not an orb. Don't worry. And it's like, oh, it's an orb. I've seen an orb, Frank. It's that spider on the camera. Oh, yeah. Let me have a little bit of a top up. Is anyone else on the Raz tonight? Or am I drinking alone? If you are drinking, what are you drinking? And ask me some questions. I mean, is there anything that you think I might know that you don't know, that you'd like to know? I just like to help, you know, and if I can answer questions, I feel like I'm helping, you know, because I don't think all of my, you're on the Murphy Stout, oh, your shit will be black in the morning. Oh my God. Yeah. There'll be no more shit coming from you than there does from my mouth, mate. You know, you're in direct competition. White wine. Is it Chardonnay, Joanna, by any chance? Chardonnay? You sound like a Chardonnay kind of girl. We always had huge moths around the light when I was a kid. Don't see them anymore. No, because it's a different lighting system. You know, again, light is a frequency, and it's a frequency that all animals don't get on with. All it's because it's just so unbelievably artificial. You know. So even your incandescent lights, right? Yeah, you could say that they are artificial in nature because it's not a natural, you know, someone's had to like make the glass container and then they've got to get the connection set up to create that little band of red hot heat that gives you the light. Then you've got to get all of the wiring connected up and then, you know, so the actual making of a light bulb is not natural, but the end result is natural because it's light coming from a heat source, you know. So moths were really attracted to that. All manner of nocturnal insects just love those lights, and you don't see any around anything now. You know, it's not good. I can remember seeing a moth in my garden. It was, oh my God, you might have to look it up. It was something along the lines of an elephant. It was an elephant moth. The body on it was it was like, how the fuck do you manage to fly with a body that big? Biggest moth I've ever seen. It was the biggest moth I've ever seen and the most beautiful, the most colourful one. It was all purples and pinks and lilacs, and it was a something elephant moth. You might have to look it up, and you'll see it. And I've only ever seen one, and I held it in my hand in absolute awe because I'm trying to work out, because nature doesn't make mistakes. So why was it so colourful and so beautiful to look at if it only flies around in darkness? You know? And then me and Sal were sat in a pub, the Nags in Edale, a little alcove bit with windows looking outwards. and there was flowers and stuff on the outside of the window, and we saw what we thought was a hummingbird, right? And we were just both looking at it thinking, what the fuck is that? What is it? Is that a hummingbird? And I'm like, nah, we're not going to get hummingbirds, not in this country, and certainly not this far north of England. And yeah, I was having none of it. And it turned out that that was a moth, a hummingbird moth. Look it up, you know, have a look at some pictures of them. And they look just like little hummingbirds. They're stunning. You know, I love wildlife. I love it. I will. Like I said, I can't kill anything. You know, other than there's a big list of people out there I'd fucking love to get my hands on. You know, but when it comes to nature, it's pure. You know, it's pure. It is what it is, and I respect that. So I won't harm it. However, if a wasp comes over and stings me, it's going to die. If I notice a mosquito on me drinking my blood, because you don't always notice, this is why you never notice, because they inject you first with a very, very tiny amount of local anesthetic, and then they drill, baby, drill, right? So if I saw one of them on me, it's going to die, you know? If I'm stroking a cat and it's just being really, really, and then, you know, all of a sudden it just decides to turn around and bite me and scratch me, I'm going to clip it. If a dog bites me, it's going to get a smack. If a horse, you know, kicks me, because it will all be for no reason, because I don't mean any of them any harm. You know, I've been kicked by a horse and I punched it so fucking hard right in the neck. It didn't pay any attention. There was nothing. I know that might sound like that's cruelty to animals. This fucking horse kicked me about 7 or 8 feet in the air in my groin, you know, after I'd fed it a fucking apple. And when I punched it, it just turned around and went to do it again. So, but yeah, anything that's kind of invading me or wants to hurt me or harm me or bite me, it's going to get it in some way or another. So you scale that up to people in power that want to kill me, then of course, you know, I've got a bloodlust. You know, every one of their names is in here. But yeah, even flies, you know, I won't kill them, but the sticky stuff that I put out, that'll pretty much do the job. But I won't kill them directly because they're not harming me, you know. And there's a little tiny bit of a mouse problem from time to time in the caravan, and people have said, well, why don't you use one of those humane mouse traps in there? A humane mouse trap would be 10 times worse than a traditional mouse trap, because if it gets stuck in a box or these humane mouse traps for, you know, a week, it'll die of dehydration, a slow, painful death. Whereas the traditional type, it's bang. It might suffer for a few seconds, you know, but not long. It's done. Then it goes out and it'll be food for the badgers and the foxes. But I'm not physically killing them. The trap is. So that's my moral way of trying to get around it, you know. Where are we? I've got baseball cap and sweet cider to flat cap and stout in one foul swoop, in moving to the Highlands when in Rome. Absolutely, mate. Yeah, you got to fit in. It sounds like you live somewhere quite rural. If you do, whenever I think of somewhere rural in Scotland, I always think of the film Caliber. I don't know if anyone's seen that. It can't cost that much to make, but fuck me, it as you on that, you fucking tense all the way through. Not all the way through. There's a certain bit, and these small Scottish villages, everyone knows everyone, you know. They are little pockets of what we used to call community before it was eroded away deliberately, you know. People are disconnecting from each other. You get to know your neighbours, you know. Can I have a cup of sugar? So I've run out of sugar, you know. Just go old school on them. If they are old school, you know, I'd love that. If one of my neighbours came around and said, "Can I borrow some sugar?" That would just warm my cockles, because I know that was a relatively normal thing when I was a kid. We had communities. We knew everyone on our street at the first address that I can remember, which was my second address of my life. I remember everyone. We all used to play with each other out in the street. Everyone, we were all around each other's houses, and everyone knew everyone, you know. And when you reflect back on that and you look how things are now, some people don't even know their neighbour's name, you know. But oh my God, that's so loud. It just goes on and on and on and on. Fuck me. Where was I? Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So community, we need to try, and I do think that the massive jolts that society are in for, possibly over the next 6 months, you know, are going to bring people closer together, especially when they start to see these brand new estates being given straight to these illegal immigrants. That's gonna get communities up in arms, you know, because it doesn't take much for anyone to take a look and think, hold on a minute, you've been here what, 6 months, and they've given you a house and you don't pay any rent, right? And you've never been to this country before and paid any taxes or anything. No, right? You know, even the sleepy people are going to start thinking, this is fucking bullshit. This is bad. You know, they might not ever kind of go into the level of research that we've done, but they'll still be on our side then, you know. And again, the more draconian Labour gets, that's waking people up as well, you know. It's all helping. And I think that's one of the reasons why they're trying to spray this mRNA bollocks down from the sky. You know, there should be a choice. You should have a choice always. You should always have full bodily autonomy, always, as a given. You know, not something that's earned or anything like that. Something, a right that you're born with. And I think they should legalise drugs, all drugs. If you want to turn into a smackhead, you turn into a smackhead. If you want to, you know, if you end up overdosing, you live by the sword. You know, if you're able to have a little bit of this now and then, you know, in moderation when you're going out on a night out or something like that, you should be allowed to do that. There are a lot of people out there with a lot of conditions that are quite painful that cannabis can alleviate, at least, you know, whilst they're using it, alleviate 90+% of those pains, those problems. MS is one of them. So you shouldn't have to jump through fucking hoops to get prescribed medical cannabis. People should be allowed to grow it in their houses, in their garden, stealth, you know, whatever. People should be allowed to grow that stuff because it is, you know, our bodies have got completely natural receptors for it. CBD and THC, we've got receptors built into our brains specifically for those two chemicals, if you like, natural chemicals built in. So we were meant to consume, you know, cannabis or hemp in some way. Yeah. So that should be completely and totally legalized. It should always have been legalized. You don't see people who've just had a spliff fighting outside pubs, you know, or going home and beating on their missus. It doesn't happen. And I think microdosing it, you know, proper moderation, I think could be a potential cure for depression. So, but there's no money in it, is there? And, you know, when they make something illegal, there's usually a reason for it, but there's a big reason for them making that illegal. I mean, you can grow it in your back garden in California. You just grow it. I knew someone from California. She used to grow it in her front and back garden and then sell it on to pharmaceutical companies, you know? Everyone should have full bodily autonomy. You know, you get to say whatever bad shit goes in to your body, right? Or anything, anything goes into your body, whether it's a drug or a man, if you're a woman, you know, I'm just saying it's the same thing, you know, sort of. You get what I'm saying? So for them to be squirting stuff out of the skies at this mRNA bioweaponry, I'm not fucking happy about that. I mean, I could trim my beard, and I've got two gas masks upstairs that would be perfect for the job of filtering that shit out whilst I'm out with my girls. But A, it's, you know, summer's coming up. So it'll be a bit hot. B, you're going to look like a proper fucking twat. And a guaranteed, you know, attention magnet. And then when I get home, I can just, you know, I've got plants that purify the air. You can sort of almost like airlock your house off a little bit if you wanted to. There are ways around it, but they're just not very practical. They do the job, but you stand out like a sore thumb. But what bothers me the most is that I can't prevent that from getting into my girls. And that makes me angry, you know? So it's things like this that all add up together to make me want to fight and fight and fight and fight and fight and fight. Keep fighting, you know, in every way, every way. It's got to stop. It's got to stop. And as for, you know, making all drugs legal, I do believe that, you know, And if loads of people end up just going and fucking falling apart, then they weren't strong people to start off with, you know. So again, that would be a natural way of finding the strength of humanity, you know, the fucking strength, the heart of humanity, you know. Be easier to spot because none of them would be white as a snowflake, keeled over on a park bench. All that about bodily autonomy went right round the houses. Where am I? Joanna, so don't know, it just says white wine on the bottom. Do you know, if it just says, if you've got a bottle of white wine and it literally just says white wine on it, it's either you've made it yourself or a family or a friend member has made it themselves and just stuck some fucking generic label on there just so they know what it was. If you buy a bottle of wine that just says white wine on it, you really do get what you pay for. You'd probably be better off just buying a big litre bottle of fucking vinegar. Oh dear. I'm a red wine man myself. If I drink wine, I love red wine. You know, a nice Chilean Merlot. You know, if you drink wine, you'll know what I mean by that. What's the best lights to get? Rosa, that depends, because the best lights to get would be incandescent, because they give off natural light, sort of natural light, right? It's light being emitted from a heat source, so that is natural light, right? Although it's being artificially created. So they'll always be your best. But you'll go through more of them because they do burn out. You'll go through more of them, and they're expensive now because they're really hard to get hold of. But again, that's to benefit you because of the frequency of that light. That'll benefit you better because it's fairly close to having light by candle. You know, our bodies are designed for that, not this LED fake shit. It's not good for us. It's not good for us at all. But in a grid down, when you're trying to sort of, you know, you've got a few solar panels and a battery bank set up or whatever, or you've got a solar generator, you try powering an incandescent light bulb, just one of them, and it just sucks the life. It just sucks the life out of your batteries, because you know, we all remember, most of us, I think, are around my age group, you know, going back to the days where the bulb had just gone and you had to get a tea towel to fucking remove it and put it somewhere where that was never going to scorch anything, that red hot light bulb. It was never ever hot enough, but we'd always put it down somewhere where we're thinking, I just want to make sure I don't burn the surface. But so from a prepping standpoint, LED lights last a lot longer and they require less energy. And eventually you're going to run out of tea lights. I probably won't. Well, not for a long time. You can't beat flame light. You can't beat it. It's in our DNA that we remember it. You know, it's an element. Yeah. So I don't think that answered your question at all. I think I gave you pros and cons. You know, from a prepping standpoint, LED lights, if you've got something to recharge them or some sort of solar backup system, then LED lights all the way, because even though it's artificial, even though it's bad for us, it's extremely practical from a prepper point of view, you know. So yeah, but I'm still determined to take every single one. So as each LED light dies in the kitchen, I'm replacing it with a halogen one, because there are, I don't know, I can't remember, I don't remember counting, but it's all spotlights all the way down the kitchen and then round the side. So you've just been bathed in this horrible, unnatural frequency constantly, you know? And yeah, I'd rather not have that. So yeah, I hope that answers your question. Where are we? Drinking gin. Also, Michael's on the gin. Any particular type of gin there, brother? Gin is one of the. So if you're going to drink any alcohol, bear in mind alcohol is sugar, you know. So if you want to lose weight, just maybe just stop drinking alcohol altogether, and just eat healthily, eat less, and just be more active. You'll be sound. But the best drink to drink, as far as the least amount of calories than any other spirit, is gin. So it's a very clean drink. So good on you there, Michael. Man after me own heart. It makes you feel sophisticated. You're gonna have to fucking work harder than that, Mio China. Are you looking forward to next weekend, mate? Hey? I might drive. I don't know. I might drive down to. I'll message you later on, right? I might follow you in, you know, so we know what's what. Where are we? What did you watch? What did you watch, David? I don't know how long the delay is on this. It does my head in. I've got no way of knowing. Dogs have got twice the amount of cannabinoid receptors than us. No way. No. But why? It makes no sense. It makes no sense why there would be cannabinoid receptors in a dog's brain. It makes no sense, because they are sort of omnivores, but again, there's a sliding scale of omnivore, you know. They're way more carnivore than omnivore. So it wouldn't, and I can't imagine a dog thinking, oh man, I'm fucking dying to get off. I'm dying to get stoned. What about you, Rufus? Stereotypical dog name there. Yeah, let's go get stoned, man. I can't imagine dogs having that sort of connection and that communication and that conversation. So I need to get to the bottom of that, because I've had dogs all my life. I know a lot about dogs, you know, but I never knew that. It sounds almost too bonkers to be true, but I believe you. When I used to grow in Minecraft, loved nicking a leaf or two. You must be taking some proper strong shit tonight, mate. Minecraft. You see, stuff can get lost in translation in text. This is why I prefer to talk to people, you know, because you can see the body language, you've got eye contact, you know. I mean, you've got all of that with me, and, you know, tone of voice as well. But I've not got any of that from you. All I've got is just characters on a screen. and I've got to try and suss out whether it's humour, whether it's dark humour, whether it's sarcasm, all good stuff, you know. But I've got to figure it out, because it's just, yeah, you've got an advantage over me. Mother's ruin, lol. Yeah, that's what they call it. Always made me real emotional, gin. I was horrible when drinking it, so stopped. Caliber. Yeah, are you on about the film Caliber, David? Have you seen the film? Just let me know. Yeah, different alcohols. It's mad, because alcohol, as a chemical, whether it's synthetic or naturally occurring, alcohol's alcohol. But you can go out on the piss just on vodka. Oh, sweet dreams, Rosa. Sleep well, darling. Sleep well. And thanks for joining us. Yeah, so you can go out on the piss with just vodka, and it makes me lively, properly lively, you know, which is probably why I don't really get, you know, after about 5 fucking hours. Like, so anyway, going back to Strathdown, you never ever see me like that, because vodka pumps me up. Gin, I do find quite relaxing. A nice cognac or a brandy, you know, I find them quite relaxing. Rum, yeah, rum just gives me a headache. It gives me a bad hangover, guaranteed. So what I'm saying is, it's mad that different spirits that you can buy have all got the basic ingredient, which is exactly the same, and that's alcohol. But it's what it's infused with that affects different people in different ways. You know, I know people that just, you know, when they get angry, not anymore, you know, but I've known people that when they got angry on vodka, they got fucking angry, you know. But then alcohol just accentuates your emotions anyway. It just does it. It just does it when you're pissed. Everything's exaggerated, you know, especially your emotions. Where are we? God spelled backwards. Yeah, I know. I love that. I look at these two and I just think they are absolute gifts, you know. I don't know where I would have been without these two. Honestly, no idea. Yeah, after you said last week, great film, best I've seen in ages. Gave up on TV and films years back. Yeah, look, you know, I think if me and any of you guys went to a cinema, right, a packed cinema to watch a film that's just come out, right, I know for a fact that me and whoever out of you guys came with me would piss off everyone that was like immediately around us, because I'd be pointing out, that's a box ticked. There's your little section of woke there. Oh, another couple that aren't the same colour. The list goes on and on and on. You see all of this shiny shite, and the subliminal messaging as well. Did you hear that word? Yeah, and he said it at that point as he was pointing to that. You know, just stuff that most people would just miss, because we're at a heightened sense of alertness now. But yeah, we'd be like, you know, did you get that? Yeah, I saw that. Right. You'd get people saying, excuse me, can you just keep it down? Yeah. Oh dear. Where are we? There's Chelsea Star. Oh yeah, good night, Chelsea Star. Sweet dreams, lass. Dogs are amazing creatures. The way they can use intelligence is mind blowing. Yeah, I've forgotten what is the record. Again, they make good companions, loyal companions, and great guard dogs. But you've got to make sure 100% that you can prep for them. You know, you've got to make sure you can afford it. Everything. Yeah, look, this. Let's see if it does anything else. No, it stopped. I wanted to show you it where it's it's highlighting buttons and then going into something else, scrolling through and then reading. It's mad. It's mad. I forgot what I was going to look for now. Yeah, right. What is the world record for the most commands understood by a dog? What is the most amount of commands that can be memorized by a dog? Right, so I don't want Google reading it out to me.
165 words, and some super bright sparks can pick up closer to 250.
Right, so the average dog, 165 words, right? Now, so you think about, if you've got a dog, you think about the lack of potential that you're getting out of your dog. You know, if someone gave you a Lamborghini Countach, right, and you got in there and you just started the engine up and you felt that growl, and you gave it a few revs and it just growled, and you know how fucking powerful that car is. You're going to take it out and you're going to go for it. You know, you want to see what the absolute maximum speed, because they're built to redline. You're going to see what the maximum speed that you can get out of that car is at some point. You're going to open it up. And the car will love you for it. Same as dogs. You know, the more stimulation they get, the happier they are. Just like us, because they're sentinel. So they can learn an average of 165 words, which most of our dogs know what, 10. You know, nowhere near their full potential. But some dogs can manage up to 250 human terms. 250. You know, that's more than some small children. You know. And that's just verbal, you know, a vibrating larynx commands. I've taught these two how to respond to certain hand signals in case they need to do something in the dark, you know. And then, but there are loads of dogs that know how to pick up from hand movements and stuff as well, on top of those 250 verbal commands. And then you add on top of that a whistle, different types of whistle. You know, you could be looking like, you know, 300, 400 more commands. They're incredible, absolutely incredible. And most people don't deserve them. Where are we? My partner said when watching Gremlins not long back about the father being a bumbling fool, an early version of Homer Simpson, that idea the father figure is useless and not needed. Yeah, and that's a massive, 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 massive problem. Because I mean, my mum took the role of the bloke, you know, in our house, right? So I didn't really grow up with a decent sort of father figure role model. I've had to find my own way, you know. But I can definitely, 100% confirm that if you've got a completely, fully functional nuclear family, you're so powerful as a unit. You really are. The advent of smartphones has fucked things up immensely. So bad. And then you've got all of this government subliminal propaganda, and then giving people like me, my age, a name like gammon, you know, like we're useless. Yet the absolute, because that think about it, they've aimed at our kind of age group, like sort of dad, you know, between sort of 30 and 50. That's what they're aiming at, making us look making us, or trying to make us look like we're shit. The reason why they're aiming at that age group is because it's more impactful at that age. Because I think that's when we have our most of our potential, between those ages, because the human male brain doesn't finish developing until your mid to late 20s. So by the age of about 30, you should have a rough idea of who you are, you know. When you get to the age of 50, you know who you are, you know. And they want slaves, not independent thinking, critical minded people. And they certainly know that removing a decent patriarchal presence from a family home leaves a vacuum, you know. That's why it's called a nuclear family. It's got nothing to do with a bomb. It's a nuclei, like nuclei. It makes that nuclei. It's everything that's, you know. So yeah, lads, young boys, you know, they need, and little girls, they need to know that, well, I would say the vast majority of the discipline should come from the dad, and he should be out working, and the mum, you know, just being, you know, bringing the kids up, like just focus at teaching them stuff, you know, teaching them valuable stuff that they'll need further down the line, and spending loads and loads and loads of time with them, you know, and just teaching them. And then, but if they misbehave, all you'd need to say is, right, wait till your dad gets home. Wait till your dad gets home. And just, you know, not make it so that the kids fear the father, but they just know that there's going to be consequences, and that can be very securing for a child if they know they've got a strong matriarch or patriarch, a strong one. It makes them feel safe. It's the same as dogs, you know. If you know, they need to know they've got a firm leader, and you'll get way more out of them because it makes them feel more secure. It's the same thing. So you invite insecurity into the family unit by removing one of the parents. Even worse, having two parents that are the same sex. So I don't agree with that. I'm sorry, but I don't. Not if you end up, in a marriage, for example, I think this is maybe one exception. If you're married in a man and wife, and you have a kid together, and she's always been a bit bi, maybe, or thought about it a couple of times, maybe not even bi, just thought about it a couple of times, and she's just had really, really bad relationship after really, really, really bad relationship, and had kids along the way, to the point where they've been so impactful on her that she ends up thinking, fuck it, I'm going to try to see what it's like to be with a woman, and found themselves to be really happy. But by then, the kids have experienced, they've gone from a life of chaos to a life of happiness. So the fact that that kid's got two mums becomes irrelevant, because it's an improvement on the way it was. You should never stay together just for the sake of the kids, because the kids will pick it up. They'll pick it up. There'll be misery, Part ways, find someone that you could be happy with, and then they can come and spend time in each respective happy house. But yeah, anyway, I've gone right around the houses about the missing father figure. It's been encouraged, and that's been going on for decades now. It's like, well, we've got a kid, so we give you a flat. That's it, and you'll never need to work a day in your life, and we'll make sure that you get just enough benefits to make sure that you feel comfortable when you're sorted. We'll pay all your rent and that, blah blah blah. I'm not saying that's an easy life for a single mum to raise a child on her own. It's quite the opposite. But that sort of situation was encouraged. It was encouraged, and so many took part in it. Hence, it's become almost a fucking cultural norm. That mum and dad just don't stay together anymore. They just don't do that anymore because it's so common. You see, major significant adversity, right, can really jolt people and unite people, right? It's a shame that it has to come to really, really bad shit for people to unite, but if it does the job, it does the job. And we've got some very, very troubling, hard times ahead, and that could backfire on them and create mass scale community, tribal community, with elders that have got knowledge, and no more state school. Just that's it. It's us versus them. It's us versus them. And if anyone thinks any politician is going to be able to turn this around, you're mistaken. You're mistaken. This is only going to go one way. But if it ends up becoming a war between us and any invaders, that will bring your indigenous and not indigenous. Like I said, I know people that are not just the same color as me, right? And I get on with them like a house on fire. And I know for a fact that they'd link arms with me to fight for this country. I know they would. And they're not Muslims. but their heritage isn't from this country, but they will definitely fight for this country, definitely 100%. So it'll give us a serious modern day common concern that's powerful enough to bring communities. It's happening in Northern Ireland, and it's happening in Ireland now as well. So, and not just in cities, just in little small towns, and but then there is still you lose that sense of community when you move into a city, which is why they try to get everyone to move into a city. Fucking hell. So yeah, there are still more. I think there are probably still, tiny little pockets of elements of community in towns. Even some relatively big towns. But in cities, it's almost gone. It's almost completely gone. Unless you're looking at the outskirts of the city, within the city boundaries, the boroughs. Yeah, maybe a few there, but it's only a matter of time before that changes. You see, Clifton was the biggest council estate in Europe at one point. And you go to visit. Those candles have gone out already, so not even 4 hours. So I lived in Clifton for just a little while, and then moved back. But I was living there for about 5-6 months, something like that, before I moved back to sort of Long Eaton-ish. Although I was born and raised in Radford, which is, if you go onto Google Maps and have a look around Hyson Green and Radford, and you would think that you were in another country, and that's where I was brought up. So it's when I lived there, it was very, very rare you saw anyone that wasn't my colour. And considering the size of this council estate, that would just seem a bit odd to most people. But over the last sort of couple of years of going to pick my dad up on a Wednesday, I'm seeing not fewer of people like me, but a significant amount of people that don't look like me. So it does seem to be, again, it's got nothing to do with colour. It's all about content of character, right? If you're gonna diddle with kids, right, you've got shit character and you need putting down, right? If you disrespect women and you knock them about, or even rape, anything to do with disrespecting a woman, then you're a cunt. It's as simple as that. So this is what we're battling against, is to try and keep Great Britain great. you know, and there are a lot of people that don't look like me. Even when I'm the most tanned I can get, that are prepared to fight shoulder to shoulder with us because they've got the same concerns, and we never have any problems with them. So we can live alongside other people with different coloured skin. Of course we can. We've been doing it for a very, very long time, but we need to make sure that this country holds on to its traditions and its values at all costs, and we need to protect our kids and our women at all costs. I feel like I went on a right tangent there. Where are we? Me and my Westie bully and telling me this and that. Yeah, I'd love to be able to understand what they were saying. Some people can get their dogs to say "I love you" on command, you know. So this is a dog that's somehow managed to learn to use its mouth in a certain way to make a certain sound come out of it. What the fuck? So that's you teaching a dog a verbal language, you know, a completely different species off a different branch of mammals, you know. Absolutely mind-blowing when you think about it. Dogs are just incredible. Cats, I'm not a fan of cats. I'm sorry, I'm not. You know, I planted a load of Welsh onions up in the bottom of the garden, and someone's scatty little fucking cat has jumped in there. Fuck off all these little green spikes. Fuck that off. And then fuck off and go and maul a bird and leave it to suffer to die. That's my take of cats in a nutshell. So I've just put loads of mesh all over where these Welsh onions are trying to grow. You see, my dog wouldn't go in someone else's garden and take a dump. It just wouldn't do it, you know. Cats, oh, they're free, you know. Yeah, the fact that yeah, I'm not a cat fan. I'd never harm one, you know. Again, I would never harm one unless it just scratched me or bit me for no reason. It's going to get a clip, you know. But other than that, I wouldn't harm a cat. I'm just not a massive fan of them. This is what I want. Doesn't he stop talking? Love him to bits. Yeah, I love it. I love it when they get, you know, conversational with you. And the way that if you've kind of stubbed your toe and it's lasted a little while, an hour or so, because it was a bad one, you know, they look at your legs. They notice the way that you're walking. They'll notice the tiniest, most subtle differences in your behavior. They know you better than you know you in some ways, you know, because they see you from a completely pure standpoint, you know. Yeah, like I said, most people don't deserve one. Welcome back, Sal Misra. We missed you, darling. We'll close this off at 2. I think, you know, 2's a fair time. That was my plan in the first place. I just wish that the computer was playing ball to start off with, which it did get on my tits. You know, I wasn't going to, but I did have thoughts of smashing it up. But fortunately, I've got a lot more self-control now. It's just frustrating, you know. If it was just because I wanted to log on to go into me online banking, you know, or have a look to see if there's something on eBay, you know, and it wasn't playing ball, then I'd find another way, or I'd just give up and come back to it later on. It won't bother me. But because I try to do a live stream every Friday night at around 9 o'clock at the latest, it puts me under pressure and it pisses me off, because I've just got the wall of the circle of death going round and round and round, and it just does my head in. Anyway, they're too late trying to make us into slaves. Yeah. No, there's no way. You know, if people like my own dad can, you should see this. You should see the fucking memes he sends me now. I mean, I can't post. I don't want to upload all of them because they just get lost. You know, because YouTube would just promote the most recent one, so all the other ones would just get lost. And there's some very, very interesting stuff in the post section, by the way, if you want to have a look. Yeah, so there are a few people, you know, that kind of have come out with stuff over the last sort of couple of months that I thought you were right off, you know. But you've got to be really delicate and careful with these people, because it won't take much for them to sort of go back into sleep, get back to sleep again. You've got to try and find ways of keeping them engaged subtly, you know. We've got to keep talking. We've got to keep talking. And communication is everything, especially interpersonal, right? I think I'm sure it was Lana. Lana was saying earlier on, as far as communication is concerned, you know, if you need to just, if they try and sort of prevent anyone from leaving, you know, and you wanted to communicate with Auntie Vera in Manchester, stamps, you know, apparently that's something that runs out in a crisis, is stamps. So if we end up with no electricity or any comms, I mean, my walkie-talkies, I've got a selection of them now, but they don't reach that far, probably about a mile. If I set up a repeater system, maybe 2.5 miles, well, that's it, you know. So sending letters to people, you know, stamps, not a bad thing to stock up on. Just 10, something like that. Lana made a point of mentioning this earlier on. It just made sense, you know. I haven't got a CB. I haven't got a space for one now. But that did cross my mind, because that's a great way of communicating. And ham radios. Where are we? Yeah, it'll happen in Scotland too. The prods in Catholics. Eventually, right, yeah. Eventually, when the common enemy is so apparent to both sides, then be held to pay. Yeah, and that's what we're going to see. You see, so if this one I can't go into detail with you at the moment, right? But yeah, anyway, right. So yeah, when your local neighborhood has a problem, you know, an issue, and a few of them have started to sort of wake up a little bit, when they realize that their high street's gone from being, you know, a hive of activity, right, to just being Betfred, Turkish barbers, Chinese nail bar, 2 pawn shops, 20 charity shops, and a couple of shops that are empty. That's it. And we you know, to be honest with you, that's the sad side of that, is that all of those businesses have been ruined off the back of COVID, right? However, I've said for quite a few years now that I think we should, you know, I think capitalism and consumerism are both bad. I do, you know, and you can't really have one without the other. So fuck them both off. That way, that will bring equality, and we would automatically develop a cooperative society. And I can't think of anything healthier than that. I really can't. You get really proper, good, strong, organic communities. You would. Everyone would be proactive. Everyone would start talking again. You know, just living a little bit like the Amish, but in towns, cities. You know, just trying to find ways of being outside the system until more and more and more people join in. You know, and again, the more these crazy political draconian levels that they keep throwing in there, they'll throw something nice in there, thinking, "Oh, actually, you know, I thought he was a bit of a cunt, Frank." Yeah, he still is. No, because he's giving the pensioners a £20 winter fuel heating allowance, which is up from nothing last year. So that's a good thing. You know, this is what they do, and the sleepy people fall for this bullshit. But nothing gets past us. Nothing. Because we can see it all. Which is why it's so important that we keep talking. We've got to keep talking. I've forgotten who it was now. But it was some bloke's video. I know what it was, and I think I posted it in the post section. There's a guy called Alan Watts, W-A-T-T, not to be mistaken with the English modern day philosopher Alan Watts, not him, right? But still a very, very remarkably clever man, Alan Watt. And I think Sheep Farm Studios did an entire video based on Alan Watt, and it's incredible. I think I titled it "How It Started." I think that's what I titled it. So if you get a chance to watch that, you know. But he said when he was growing up, when he was probably about 10 years older than me, 15 years older than me, something like that. Maybe a bit more. I don't know. And he was saying that pretty much most weekends during the day, there'd be loads and loads. He's a Scottish man. To get loads and loads and loads of families all converging in this valley, right? And they'd have little picnics and loads, just like hundreds of families, and they'll kind of like drift into one group and blah blah blah, talk a little bit about politics, talk about kids, talk about their school and problems they're having at home, or some sort of like local gossip. But they were all communicating, and because they were all kind of meeting up, they were all learning from each other and enriching each other, and then he said, one of the things that ruined that was the television, right? Because I mean, initially, not many people could afford a telly. So because our devious, fucked up government, even back then, right, knew how important the television was as a tool for brainwashing, programming, and like proper full-on propaganda. Television set was absolutely essential in every house, right? So they did a deal with a company in America. Again, this is another case of people greasing palms, right? Did a deal with this company in America that refurbished TVs. You know, the big, they were old TVs, but back then they were new, you know? And they decided to put a meter on the back, so you didn't have to shell out an initial outlay of whatever it was for a telly, to own your own TV. Because most of the people I knew were skin, you know, it was quite poverty stricken. So it was a lot easier to just put 50p in the back and then turn it, because when you run out, if you run out of money, you run out of money. You know, you don't watch TV. But when we had plenty of money, or there was enough money for a bit of entertainment, we just keep putting those 50p's in there. And that was a right money spinner, you know. But that also introduced TVs into every single home, right? And now people have got TVs in their bedrooms. Some people have got TVs in their bathrooms, TVs in their kitchens. No matter where you go, you've got a fucking TV. Right? So one of the greatest escapes that you could get away from all of these propaganda spewing fucking machines was the pub. And they know that. And they knew that. So they started sticking TVs in the pubs as well. And that's one of the biggest reasons for the erosion behind people having dialogue and communication. And now the mobile phone has taken the place of the telly, because you'll see people on their phones with the telly on. So did you see that? What? Or should we turn it over because you're not even paying attention? Oh, I am. Leave it on. Back to the phone, you know? And then they time the flicker rate exactly to measure, to meet your brain. And it does something to you. It turns you into a fucking mong. That's why a lot of kids, when they're sat there watching TV, you know, they've got TV there and they're sat in front of it with their legs crossed, little kid. And the jaws are always open, even if they're not looking up, even if they're looking there, you know, straight in front of them. Have a look. I totally understand why so many people now don't have a TV. You know, and again, reverting back to that amazing GIF, which was a news, and I think it was a news anchor, and he turned around to an Amish guy and he says, just wondering there, how come the whole of Europe and most of Asia and most of America and South America, you know, we've all had a you know, really, really bad pandemic, man. And it's like, how come none of you guys are affected? How come none of you guys are ill or sick or anything? And this guy just turns around and says, we don't have televisions. That was it. And that was one of those moments for me, you know, where I was thinking, you know what, yeah, because it was constantly in your face. Stay home, save lives, you know, be a prisoner, dress like a slave, do as you're told. Where was I? Welcome back, Sal Mishra. white people are the least racist of all. They are now. Yeah, they are the least now. I think they always have been. You know, we've had little pockets of racism. There was a lot of racism that used to come from like an older generation that remember their whole country being white, and that, you know, they were probably staunch followers of Enoch Powell when he was at his best, in his prime. And they'll remember all that, and then they'll look at the country now, and so I don't know if it's necessarily a racist thing. I think maybe it is a little bit with that generation. But yeah, I think with what we know about a certain ideology, what their intentions are, what they get up to with our kids, and loads of other stuff. I think again, is that racism? Just because you don't like the fact that their holy book is all about violence and rape and murder, or is it because we know that the vast majority of grooming gangs out there are Muslim Pakistani men? Well, there's a bit of a list, isn't there? You know. So I mean, is that racism or realism? You know. It's like if there was a group of 30 lads, a big gang of lads from San Diego, the next town along, and they'd started up their own weird religion, right, where they did weird stuff, but they looked just like me, you know, a white guy, and they got up to some really, really rough stuff and had some very strange practices, and were mistreating women and harming animals and stuff like that. I'd have the same fucking hatred for them, and they'd be white British. So it's not about the colour of someone's skin, it's about the cunt inside it. That's my problem. Sheep on the grill, yeah. I watch Rise Above now and then. Do any of you guys watch UK Column? Because they're being heavily suppressed. I've tried to share them about on X as well, and they get really suppressed. And the information that they're managing to put out is golden. It's golden. You know, we listen to a lot of what's happening in America. We listen to a lot about what's happening in Europe. When we should really be paying more attention to what's happening here, you know. And even though we are intrinsically connected to America, that connection is met within most of their videos. You know, UK Column, go over and give them some love. You know, they've got the content's spot on, and it's more relevant because it's about us. It's about our home. You know. Used to listen to Alan Watts years back. It was so refreshing listening to him back then. Few understood the gravity of things. Yeah, he's one of my vices for getting to sleep. I can just lay down and put an Alan Watts. You know, he's not been with us for a very long time, but a lot of his sessions were recorded, and his son. There's a lot of fake artificial intelligence Alan Watts videos floating around, and when you listen to that and then you listen to an actual recording of Alan Watts, there's no comparison, you know. And these AI versions, they're all saying stuff that Alan Watts has never ever said, you know. So go straight to his son's YouTube channel, and I would say he's the greatest modern philosopher of our time, in my lifetime. You know, incredible man. I would have loved to have spent, you know, a couple of hours with him, just asking him his take on things, you know. But he covers a lot of subjects, a lot. He's amazing. Ready Fusion. What's Ready Fusion? I don't watch TV, haven't for years. Good for you, Joe. You know, you're better off with that. I know it's growing. I don't watch TV, no license. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink, Mr. Yeah. Theta waves, etc. used too. Yeah, exactly. You know. Yeah, they're not good for us, and they're not good for our eyes. I mean, the amount of people I know now that wear glasses is it's off the charts, and their eyes are just getting worse and worse and worse. Now there are a few things that you can do to, you know, to make it a bit easier, and maybe even reverse your poor eyesight. And that's there are certain exercises that you can do, right? There's, you know, have a look online, and on top of that, try and wear your glasses less instead of just putting them on by, you know, by habit. Eating more things like Brazil nuts, as long as you're not, you know, allergic, obviously, to get the selenium content out of there, because that's excellent for your eyes. Cut right back on drinking alcohol, and get blue light clip-ons for your glasses for when you're actually using your phone or your tablet. You can get clip-on blue light filters. So these are all things that can help to like halt the deterioration of your eyesight, and in some cases, based on diet and lifestyle choices, could reverse it so that your eyesight gets better again. This is all facts, you know. Going back to TV licenses, I'm sick and fucking tired of just getting letter after letter after letter after letter. Then I think, shall I call them and just so they'll just stop sending me letters just for the next 2 years? I thought, no, that would take up some of my time. Time is precious. I'm not giving them any of my time. That's the way I look at it. So they still come and they still go in the recycle. Straight into the recycle, you know. When it gets to a little bit nearer towards winter, it's straight in a basket, ready to get the fire going. You know. I don't know why or how anyone is still paying for a license. It is still watching this mind-numbing shit, you know, because when you find out the absolute truth about something and you know it's the truth, right? And then you're driving along in your car and you hear someone's radio on, it's like beep, 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 beep. And it's like, I just shout, bullshit o'clock. And if I'm at some traffic lights, I'll be listening and I'll be just thinking, that's not true. And yeah, that did happen, but it happened because they had it coming, because they started it. You know, there's just loads and loads and loads of information that's completely missed out on any mainstream news outlet. Every single one's been bought, you know. There are out there, but not many, you know. About 98, 99% of them gone. Which is why it's so important to keep citizen journalism going, because we've all got a phone. We've all got a phone. Most of us take it out most of the time. You know, it's equipped with everything you need on there. You know, so if you see, you know, something that's not quite right, or if you just get approached by the police for no apparent reason, you just film everything. You know, you've just suddenly become a journalist. Especially if you share that information, just filming stuff. Because and encouraging other people to just have maybe another perspective on things. I think, you know, before any of this COVID bollocks, I used to watch Al Jazeera, I know, and RT, and I quite liked RT and that's why they got rid of it. That's why they had to get rid of it, because it was countering their propaganda and their programming, and it was fucking it up, fucking the system up, and they couldn't have that. So they got rid of RT. It didn't last on our screens for very long. But yeah, it's a programming. Again, going back to Alan Watt, that's posted in the post section. It's a long interview, but it's worth every single second. It's called How It Started, right? That's what I've titled it. And he went to, I can't remember what they were now, but he says there are three ways, I think he said, to find out whether someone is wake-upperable. I know that's not even a word, but I can't think of a right word, right? And you can work out what level they're at of whether or not they can be awake or woken up, right? And a lot of it has to do with the TV programs that they watch, questions based on that, right? But then, yeah, you'll have to watch it. It's just, it'll be well worth your time. Honestly, well worth your time. Where are we? My pet hate is going to someone's house and trying to talk over the TV. Yeah. I mean, I don't really come across that. All the houses I go to, the telly's never on, or it's never on when I'm there, and yeah. So, and that helps me because I know that so much of it's propaganda, and I can point out accurately to each bit of it, and point that out to some people that are avid TV watchers, and they just wouldn't get it. They wouldn't get it. They wouldn't understand. They would think I was a little bit loony, you know. But it is possible to wake people up, and I'm going to watch that video by Alan Watt again, just to refresh my mind in case I missed anything, you know. It clarifies so much, answers a lot of questions, and yeah, it's just kind of from then to now and where it's headed, you know. If that doesn't intrigue you, I don't know what will. My pet, yeah, it's not nice. You're there to communicate with them. You've gone round there, you know, thinking we'll have a brew and we'll have a catch up. You know, it's the British way to do it, right? So you go round there, and it's like they've got the TV on. I haven't had experiences for quite some time, but I know where you're coming from. You know, it's like, do you want a cup of tea? Yeah, go on then. You take sugar? You know I do, just a little bit. And they can't wait to get back in the room. to carry on watching this shit, this mind-numbing shit, you know. And a lot of this mind-numbing shit, at some point in our life, we would have probably been, you know, because they know how to make things watchable within, and sort of, and then you've got the flicker rate, and then you've got that frequency off LED and OLED screens and the blue light. It's all so bad, you know. You see, the more I kind of, you know, think about going back to proper basics, the more appealing it sounds to me. You know, technology hasn't really done that much in our favor, you know. Yeah, when we're looking at sort of buildings and architecture and infrastructure, fucking genius, you know. Probably the greatest engineer in the last, well, definitely right up there, one of them, if not the main dog's bollocks of engineers, was Brunel. And if you look at the things that he managed to take from paper, from plan to reality, unbelievable. And these things they'll still, you know, they'll outlast us. You know, they've outlasted him. You know, these are, you know, 150-year-old, I think. You know, they're marvels. They're genius. I mean, have you ever seen an aqueduct? It's a bridge that's full of water, and you just take your narrowboat across, and then you can go up. We can go up hills with the lock system. It's mad. It's mad how this has all worked out. You know, I don't know where I was going with this, but yeah, just the amount of time wasted watching this fucking the political circus, because that's all it is. They're all things to keep you occupied, and they're all doing their little sneaky bastard things in the background, all of them, right? So that's who we should be keeping an eye on, just keeping an eye on these bastards. And you can't do that when you've got a telly. You know, if you're watching TV programs tell lie vision, you know. So they're just so bad, so bad. So I honestly can't understand why people would still want to. Yeah, so that was my point. Is so these people are in that kind of zone where they're so, you know, zombified, you know, watching whatever quiz show or whatever it is, just sat there like that, right? When I think about what I know now, the knowledge that I've got now, and the hunger that I've got for more of it, and knowing that there are plenty of like-minded people out there like me, just makes me feel really, really sorry for people like that now, because it's what's happened to us is demonstrative of how much potential the human mind has, you know, and that's just being wasted on fucking Coronation Street and blankety bastard blank. Oh man. We've hit the 2-hour mark. So we're going to read the last of these couple of. I listened to lots of old radio plays. Oh, that's lovely. It's therapeutic, you know. Bread and circus acts, nothing changed since Roman times. No. And the Club of Rome, you know, it's just. Again, we know about this. The vast majority of people, when I say the vast, I mean more than half. More than half of the people out there just wouldn't have a fucking clue. They would not be able to relate to this thread of conversation or watching this video back and listen to what I'm saying. They just wouldn't be able to comprehend it properly because they've just become so indoctrinated. But a massive chunk of these people, as we move along and we keep getting jolt and then jolt, imagine that being like a defib of life, it brings you, it could just fucking, that's what happened to me, that when I had that realizing that all of these things were coming together in my head, all within the space of 20 minutes, half an hour. It was utterly overwhelming, and there are people out there that have still got all that to come. It didn't take a massive impact for me to have that realization. Not really, not at the time. But I think in the case of a lot of people out there, they're going to need a proper quick, hard shock, cold, hard shock to jolt them into reality. And when we get the numbers up, it'll be a lot more encouraging. I know we're going to get through this. It's just I don't know the details. I know it's going to require a lot of sacrifice, and there's going to be a lot of loss of life, but it will turn out. We will get to the other side of this hill, but it's just going to be such a fucking slog. And I think most of you guys will have a fairly decent, accurate idea, rough idea. But I don't think most people out there just don't see what's coming, but there'll be a few people that are fast asleep that are going to remember lots of things that I've said to them all coming to pass, and that will give people that thought you were a tinfoil hat wearing nut job into someone with absolute integrity and foresight, So yeah, I think I've left that on a positive. I'm not sure. Hope's a positive. Yeah, I've got plenty of that, and I'm a realist. I am not an optimist, optimist is a fucking swear word in this house. Being a realist is the only way to be, because it's balance. It's the yin yang, So on that lovely note, I'm going to bid you all good night and go and get my head down. I've got a fair bit more to do tomorrow, and then I might head off to the Peak District and just chill out down there for a couple of days. Maybe give her a bit of a clean and a rewiring. Oh, I don't want to start reeling that fucking list off. I'll end up not going. Anyway, so hey, look, just thank you to everyone for just giving me your time, because time is precious and it does feel like it's speeding up a bit, it does feel like that. So just know that you're always appreciated and respected. So thanks for your lovely company. Sleep well, and I'll do another video at some point. Sleep well. Good night.